Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series for the first of two sessions that we've got in store for you today. Of course, Group C gets underway this morning, but two fantastic lineups for you in Groups B and C, including 4 players who are heading to the Ali Pali later this month for the World Championship. Paul Nicholson alongside me. Before we tuck into Group C, though, let's take a little look at the highlights from yesterday as Group A reached its conclusion and Raymond Smith became the first player to book his spot at finals night. Danny van Tripe amassed just 4 points in Group A, but he did tease us, going 6 into the 9 against Ray Smith yesterday. He'll be making his Ali Pali debut later this month. Can he go there with confidence? And a 26% checkout success so far this week. That will certainly need to improve. As for Ciaran Teehan, certainly found something towards the back end of play yesterday, didn't he? A 102 average against Danny van Tripe and a great Shanghai finish to level things with Mioch. Adam Atkinson still has levels to reach here this week. We're yet to see him fire on all cylinders, although he did record a superb win over Ben Robb to round off yesterday's action. Jeroen Mioch surprised some with the level he produced at times in Group A. Can he do so consistently here in Group C? He'll certainly hope for more big finishes like this 128. Ben Robb is one of the most exciting players in the world without a tour card right now. Another player who'll be at the Worlds, and Mickey Mansell will certainly have his work cut out if he's to produce darts like that. As for Raymond Smith, he made the last 16 of the Worlds last year, and his prep for this year's tournament is certainly off to a perfect start. He topped the group with a record-breaking leg difference. This win over Mioch certainly confirmed his place at the top of the league standings in Group A. Paul Nicholson alongside me. First of all, Raymond Smith, we saw what he could do at the Worlds last year. He certainly performed a superb level so far here this week. For him, is it a case of it doesn't really matter what happens on finals night now because he's already going to the World with a lot of confidence, isn't he?
I think he'll feel very good for the first 3 days of the week. I wouldn't be surprised to see him here the next couple of days, just putting in some more repetitions and maybe supporting Ben Robb a little bit later in Group B. But I think what he wants to do is send a little bit of a statement to his prospective opponents at the World Championship. But winning form is always the best kind of form, and I think when you think about the top prize this week of £5,000, that would definitely help for his expenses because he's come a very long way.
Most definitely. We can take a look then at the Group A table, see how that finished up. But another word on Raymond Smith. Do you think he'll be going for his tour card in January?
Oh, that's such a good question, you know. I didn't think you were going to ask me that. Can you ask me that again on Saturday? But at this stage, I think he should. But as to whether his lifestyle in Australia and whether the support network, you know, is applied to Q School Go, I don't know at this stage, but we'll try and find out.
And of course, the 3 players that are dropping into Group C that we're going to see in action this morning, Ciaran Teehan in there. We talked about it before we went live this morning. He certainly found something, didn't he, towards the back end of yesterday. But you noticed something that he found on Tuesday that he was then able to implement yesterday. Yeah,
he didn't get a win on Monday, but he found a little bit of something happening with a change of flight on Tuesday afternoon, and that really did spark something. I know it's a very small thing, but the fact that he got that little jolt of confidence going into Wednesday morning, he played like a very different player yesterday, and it's one of the reasons why I've tipped him to make it through this group in the top 2.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. We mentioned Raymond Smith plus 33 in the legs difference column for him in Group A. That was, of course, a record. We look at his stats. He wasn't going to top the 180 chart, was he? But some superb finishing from him across the 3 days.
It just goes to show that you don't have to be a magnificent 180 hitter to put in some record numbers. Now, if you look at the amount of legs he's won, that's fantastic compared to the legs that he's lost. But his ability to hold his own throw is absolutely stupendous. A high average of 103. We know he can do better than that. He's probably got another 4 or 5% on top of that at least. But that checkout percentage, oh my word, 44% over the course of 3 days. I don't say this just because he's won the group, but I've seen a lot of world-class players over the last 10 years. If he was to replicate that for a season on the Pro Tour, he'd be in the top 2%. It's that simple.
It really is remarkable. And we mentioned the 180s there. We saw at the Worlds last year, didn't we? It was the 140s that really help him out. So we perhaps don't expect to see that 180 column too much higher than that for Raymond Smith. But we can have a look then at the draw bracket for groups B and C. C is, of course, what we're focusing on. And the one player who I guess catches the eye is, of course, Fallon Sherrock. She's not been able to produce the levels this year that we kind of expect from her, I think it's fair to say. And it is maybe that finishing under pressure, the ability to dig something out when her back's up against the wall that perhaps hasn't been there this year. But what do you think she needs to take from this? Because she has unfairly, it has to be emphasised, really unfairly, come under a lot of criticism since being given that place in the Worlds. How do you think she approaches this week?
I think what she has to do first and foremost is remember that when she's played this format before, she's put some beautiful numbers in. So what she's got now is 10 games over the next couple of days, and social media can be taken away. She can put the glasses on and she can do what she does best. And she's got some great opponents to test herself the next couple of days. I think this is a really good test at a very good time, and it's the perfect time.
Yeah, quite interestingly as well, she's not averaged above 90 for a number of months now. So maybe putting in those numbers is something that will be really important heading into the World Championships. First up, though, this morning, we do have Ciaran Teehan in action. He takes on Carl Wilkinson in our first match. And here we see one of the three-figure outshots from him, this coming against Ben Robb. Is he someone, because, of course, he was the winner on our first night here at the Super Series in Portsmouth. We've not really seen that form consistently from him since then, though, have we?
No, we haven't, and we don't seem to get the best of him on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday for some reason. Maybe he's been pressing the snooze button, but he's getting better as the days go on. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see the best of Ciaran Teehan, one of the best players in Ireland. Of that, there is no doubt. And I think the fact that Dylan Slevin is in the room today and tomorrow, I have a funny feeling, and we'll talk about this with Mace, I think it's going to fire him up.
Yeah, most definitely, because they are two youngsters. It's amazing to think, isn't it, that Ciaran Teehan is still only 23. But a quick word on Ciaran Teehan as well, in terms of he was so good as a youth player. That transition into being a top adult in the senior game, it can take a little bit longer for some, can't it?
Just because certain players like Keane Barry and Michael van Gerwen and some others have come from the youth game and been towards the top of their game up the whole time, it doesn't happen for everyone. Some people are going to go down and then go up and down and up. And right now what Ciaran Teehan is doing is he's learning. He's 23. I mean, let's face it, if he was a footballer, I would say he's nowhere near his prime. In dart terms, he's absolutely miles away from his prime, but he's still got excellent ability. He
certainly does, and he's taken on Carl Wilkinson in our opening match. This man right next to me, caught up with him a little while ago. Let's hear what he had to say.
Hi, Carl. Welcome to Portsmouth, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We haven't seen you in a while. How are things with you?
Yeah, really good. Back home, practicing hard. Done a lot of local tournaments in Yorkshire, which are very difficult to compete in on their own merit. Yeah, gearing up for January towards Q School. That's the main aim, but looking forward to this.
Well, that was going to be my next question, actually. Q School is the aim then, so this is good preparation for that.
Yeah, 100%. That's my main aim, to get back on that tour. I feel as though the 2 years I did on the tour were mad a lot with the COVID times. I need to get back on that and give it another go.
So redemption on your mind over the next couple of days in preparation for that then?
100%. Last time I was down here, I felt as though I showed spurts of what I can do. But I've been practicing hard and I'm looking forward to these 2 days.
What kind of form have you had recently coming into this?
Bit up and down, which is pretty much me anyway. I'm competing towards latter stages of Yorkshire events, counties, been going okay. But this is a different kettle of fish, but I'm ready to get going with it.
Good luck, all the best next couple of days.
Thanks, Paul. Cheers.
So then, our first match of this morning's session. As Nico just mentioned, we don't always see the best from Ciaran Teehan in Group A. How will he start his Group C campaign? Let's find out and hand over to our commentary team of Nico. And first, good morning, Chris Mason.
Morning, Abby. And good morning, Nico, and good morning, everybody. Hope you're as excited as myself and Nico are for, well, it's double session day here at the Live Lounge. And we start with an absolute cracker. Carl Wilkinson up against Ciaran Teehan, who has had just 3 days having a little
First
knockabout
leg, it's
with the
Ciaran
lads.
to throw first.
And I
Game
agree
on.
with Nico. I think over the next 2 days we may well see the best. There is our referee, Charlie Colstefine. Interesting as well, Carl Wilkinson did mention that
45.
those 2 years where he did win his tour card were marred with COVID, and it did affect a lot of people's career, especially those getting their card on the first time.
99.
Yeah, very well said by Carl, actually. And good morning to everybody tuning in, wherever you're tuning in from. But you do get the feeling that maybe there is a bit of...
134.
I'd like another crack when things are normal. And if you're talking about people who were affected by the pandemic when it comes to their
98.
ranking, nobody was hurt more than Ian White.
Yeah.
And he's going to be having a Christmas at home for the first time in quite some time. So hopefully he has a better time of it in 2023.
41.
But Carl's already said he's going to go to Q School. It's not even that far from where he lives. I believe it's going to be in Milton Keynes, isn't it?
96.
Oh, it is going to be Milton Keynes, you're right. For some reason I had Wigan or Barnsley in my head.
We have Wigan and Barnsley in our head a lot. We're in Portsmouth
43.
today, as we will be for the rest of the week. And Carl is back here, looking for a third Saturday night appearance, but his first here
96.
in Portsmouth. He got 2 in Southampton, and on those occasions he did not make the final.
Yeah, I think he got himself bogged down. He was playing a lot, and he was
81.
playing regularly when we were over our
112.
4/5 week cycle, and I think he just got. Just wait for this to go
96.
in. Yeah, I just think he
Ciaran
got bogged down, and he
157.
couldn't shake off that sort of poor run of not necessarily form, but results, and the results in consequence
95.
affected his form. But
Carl, you require
he
16.
looks refreshed. He sounds like he's up for it.
No score. Ciaran, you
unfortunate.
require 62.
You hate doing that when you required it with your previous dot. And you're giving your opponent a freebie at the same double.
30.
Doesn't take advantage.
The more annoying
Carl, you
thing is you
require
burn 2
16.
darts, don't you, that you don't get to use.
Game
Gets
shot
it
on
right
the
this
first
time.
leg.
And that's a
Carl
19-dart
Wilkinson.
break of throw for the man who is playing his 85th match with us here at the MODUS Super Series.
Second leg, it's
He's
Carl to throw first.
won
Game
more
on.
than he's lost. He's won 43 games of the 84 that he's completed. That's not bad. His running average is just over 86.
Yeah, and
58.
if you look at those stats, and then you look at his first sort of season, I'll call it season, playing in the then live league,
60.
his stats were far superior, and that's what makes me look at that. And his form dips, the confidence went with it. But and I think it's done him good just to have some time away, go
96.
back playing county, Super League. I mean, the local competitions in Yorkshire are so tough. You look at some of the averages that come out of there. It's a real tough school, but
81.
great preparation. And of course, this is not too dissimilar to playing in Q School when you consider the time of the start and the amount of darts you have to play.
Yeah, that's very true.
78.
I thought it was really interesting during his interview with me that when he was talking about the standard in Yorkshire, he couldn't say it with a straight face because it is frightening.
It is. Like just
60.
Super League players you would have never heard of. You know, they're just, and they're everywhere up there. I remember going up there years ago for an exhibition, and I recognised this
26.
place. And it was the Yorkshire County venue, and they used to do a thing where they'd invite someone up, and you end up playing against the Yorkshire County A side. It didn't go particularly well for me.
123.
I don't think there's been a time where they haven't been in the top division of county darts since I've been born.
Yeah, they have always been absolutely elite when it comes to
60.
county darts. And listen, if you can go up there, and the big tournaments up there, the big 500 or £1,000 to the winner tournaments up there, you come through them, good luck.
Yeah, the Yorkshire Classic has always been a premier
83.
event, independent tournament. And I don't know if it still is, but I remember when my friend Steve Wanless won it, and we thought, what a win that is.
133. Ciaran, you
I
require
desperately
94.
tried to win it, but quarterfinals are the best I ever did there.
Yeah, but you've won here, though.
Yeah. By comparison, that was easy.
74.
That's how
Call
tough
you
the Yorkshire
required
Classic
50.
is. This
Okay,
is the
well,
2-0.
this is to put Tian to the sword in the first two legs, no pun intended, because apparently his nickname is the Sword.
Ovs.
Game shot on the second leg. Carl Wilkinson.
Well, Carl was the 11-10 favourite, and myself and Nico had a little look at that this morning and thought, well,
Third leg, it's Ciaran to throw first.
so understand
Game
it.
on.
Ciaran's had 3 days and did improve massively yesterday. And then you're always a little bit wary about a
136.
player coming in cold. And of course, this is Carl's debut at this venue.
Not going too bad. So far.
99.
Well, the players love it, don't they? You only got to look at the smile on their face when, well, like when you were interviewing him up there, you could see him looking around thinking, this is a bit of me.
Well, it was really
58.
great to see Aaron and Colin Monk on the stage a few weeks ago and seeing Colin looking around saying, this place has worked out pretty well. But I'm just going to give you a bit of a teaser.
100.
When we welcome Dylan Slevin into game number 2 against Adam Atkinson after this, you will see a bit of an interview with me as well. Just look at the way he looks around.
137.
Almost in awe of this place. And he said, it looks a lot bigger than it does on the telly.
Well, when this place is being
98.
renovated and
170.
basically being turned into what it is now, we came down and we only seen it sort of half built, and we're looking around thinking, I'd like to play here.
96.
And the players, you see them when they come in and just look around and have a practice on the stage, you can tell that well, as I've always said, and I stick
60.
to that phrase,
Ciaran
by the players, for the
74.
players.
And I have something very strong to say as well in support of the way this has been set up. If you can't play your best here, you're just not playing very well. There are
42.
no excuses here.
No.
Car you require 144.
There's no outside influences. There's nothing to put you off. It's literally lit perfectly. The throw is perfect. The board's
100.
perfect. The practice
Ciaran
room's
you require
perfect.
32.
The ambient temperature is perfect.
Game shot on the third leg.
And that was pretty
Ciaran
perfect.
Teehan.
Dart 2 as he gets his first leg on the board. Only a hold of throw though, so still a breakdown.
This is
Fourth
following
leg,
a
it's Carl
pattern
to throw
of
first. Game
the
on.
kind of games that Tian had on Monday and Tuesday early. If he is to find a lot more points in this 10-game group per
58.
player, because we have 15 games today, 15 games tomorrow in the schedule, but they'll get 5 each today, 5 each tomorrow, and the top 2 from this group will progress to the finals
140.
with Raymond Smith, who, regardless of what happens over the next couple of days in the 2 groups that we will give you on Thursday and Friday, Raymond Smith is going to be the favourite.
100.
Well, the only player better than Ciaran Teehan yesterday was Raymond Smith. Ciaran Teehan finished second for the day yesterday.
140.
And he averaged 88.41 at a high of 101.9 at 8 180s and was 46% on the doubles.
60.
Had a best leg of 11 and still only managed to win 3 from 5. But the improvement over Monday and Tuesday was staggering.
85.
So he's averaged 88.41 for yesterday's play, which is exactly 17 darts on the number.
Yep.
135.
I think that's where you got to
Ciaran
be.
required
Well, no more than
136.
6 visits. Because on throw, you're forcing your opponent into a 15, which is what happened to him a lot of the times in those defeats yesterday.
And he
But
does have
100.
equally the best leg of the
Carl,
week,
you
so we're
require
trying to
148.
fluff his pillow a little bit here by giving him some confident statistics. Not that he can hear us, but he's definitely getting his way back into this match.
And he's smart enough to be aware of that. He will have seen
92.
the
Ciaran, you
improvements
require
yesterday,
36.
which, in absolute fairness, he had to find. 'Cause
Game shot on the fourth leg.
this looks to be
Ciaran Teehan.
a tough group, and that's the best leg of the match. And like yesterday, he is improving.
Fifth leg, it's Ciaran to throw first.
Massively.
Game on.
Now we're back on throw. His average is creeping towards
91.
his average for the day yesterday. He's currently 85 and change, 82 for Carl. And that 85 for Tian is on the back
26.
of 6 misstarts at doubles. Which tells me that if he gets his doubling on par with yesterday,
80.
like I said, 46% for the day yesterday. I mean, that sounds impressive, and that was the highest of all the players.
59.
But when I give you this little stat from, pretty sure it was Monday for Raymond Smith.
85.
No, my apologies, Tuesday, he averaged 65.5% for the day.
I was talking with Abby at the start of today's
100.
show about 44+% for the week. Now, I'm not in the habit of saying things that aren't true. When I said that if that was on tour
58.
for a year, he'd be in the top 2%, I was actually doing him an injustice. It was probably the top 1%, because over the course of an entire season playing so many legs, 44+% has seen Rob Cross in a campaign at the top.
Yep.
That's how good it was. And if you put that into context for Ciaran Teehan yesterday,
171.
he was elite yesterday. And that's why we've tipped him, or so I've tipped him, to get through this group. And he's
60.
resurrected his chances
Kieran
of winning this
requires
match
60.
over the last couple of legs.
And we've seen him do it before.
Oh, he's about the same size as the
Game shot on the
Undertaker.
5th leg. Ciaran Teehan.
So he's doing a bit of a slow sit-up now because he's 3-2 up after being 2-0 down. Carl's got a lot to think about.
6th leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he's really up against it. But we do know he has
140.
levels to his game.
Well, they had a tour card at the very same time, didn't they? These two guys.
Yep.
But they didn't play each other. So this is the first meeting of the
60.
two. One of the few players this week that will feel about the same size as Ciaran Teehan,
58.
because Carl's a fairly tall chap as well. He's just your quintessentially lovable big Yorkshire bloke.
59.
Bloke. He is a proper bloke.
Yeah, he's a proper bloke. And as I say in Yorkshire, he's a bloke.
86.
So many great Yorkshire people that we've had in this sport over the years. I mean, even Fred Truman back in the 70s with the Indoor League pretty much started the whole thing off, didn't it?
Yep.
125.
Certainly in terms of TV darts.
I said Waddell before he sadly passed, he was living in Pudsey, wasn't he? In Yorkshire.
100.
So many Yorkshire references when it comes to this, but top of the Yorkshire tree for me will always be the Menace.
43. Carl, you require
This is turning into a bit of a battle
117.
now. Wilkinson has woken up in leg number 6 and he's looking for a 15 darter.
Game
And he
shot
finds
on
his
the
way
6th
to it. We're
leg.
going the way
Carl Wilkinson.
of 7 legs here in game 1. 1 leg shootout to see who gets the first 2 points of the day.
7th and final leg. It's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Well, it was a 15 dart hold to take us all the way.
134.
One thing that Tian would have said to himself first thing this morning was don't lose your first couple of games like you did
43.
in Group A. In fact, he lost all 5 games on Monday. That is something you can't do today.
No. Especially as it's over the
40.
2 days.
You have a wealth of experience when it comes to
60.
this format. In fact, 2 of the most experienced players in this group. In fact, the 3 most experienced are Carl, or Ciaran, and Fallon Sherrock.
40.
Does that experience count for something,
41.
even though you haven't played in this arena, though? Or does it just feel like a completely different project?
I think the experience comes from understanding the format and dealing with the
58.
fallout and how to deal with losing a match and then come back and go again. I think experience with the format is the priority.
I agree.
97.
The main difference between here and our previous studio is the fact that you're on a stage here, and when the game is over, you go down 3 or 4 steps, and then you're back into reality and into preparation mode for your next one. And Tian has got the chance
100
to walk away with a win in his
89.
first game of this group, which will be the ideal start. He decides not to go the bull route. That is
160.
laying the gauntlet down for Wilkie.
Risky.
He gets away with it, and you can see how much Wilkie wanted to get it, because he didn't go for 20 ball.
32.
The gamble, does it pay off?
Edging closer.
No score. Car you required 20.
How much did that have to do with the 140, Nico?
I don't know. But he didn't expect to miss that.
Game,
and Wilkinson takes the bait.
Go Wilkinson.
It was a really good game in the end, but Carl starts his campaign with 2 points. The gauntlet was laid down by Tian, but his layup effort to leave double 16 was a risk. But ultimately, when he got 3 darts at it, he wasn't able to close the match out. And the reason why Wilkinson won that very tight game with the averages very similar is because his checkout percentage was far superior. He had 5 less shots at a double, but still gets the 2 points. When we come back after the break, we will see Dylan Slevin, another great young Irish player, for the very first time here at the MODUS Super Series, so don't go too far away.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Carl Wilkinson has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Ciaran Teehan by 4 legs to 3. We said prior to this session getting underway that Ciaran Teehan has really made some improvements as this week has gone on. He started that match incredibly slowly, didn't he? Missing his first 6 darts at a double, but despite finding himself 2-0 down, a 13-dart leg helped Tian on his way back into the opening match of today. today's session, and it turned into a real battle between the pair. Both struggled slightly in the decider, Tian missing 3 darts at double 16 to take it, and Wilkinson punished him. As you can see there, the finishing stats really making the difference. Just 25% checkout success for Ciaran Teehan in that opening match of this Group C session. Next up for you then, we've got Atkinson taking on debutant Dylan Slevin. Atkinson finished 4th in Group A, winning 6 of his 15 matches. He's up against Irishman Dylan Slevin, just 20 years of age, lost in the quarter-finals of the World Youth Championship a few months ago to some lad called Josh Rock, who of course went on to win the whole thing. He was also the runner-up in the Irish Open, losing to Jelle Klaassen in that just a few weeks ago. And Nico caught up with the youngster prior to this session getting underway. Let's hear what he had to say.
Hello Dylan, and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. This is our first look at you, and you look like you're looking around, liking the atmosphere. What do you think of it?
No, just taking it all in really. Like, I do be watching it on the old TV, and it's not as big as this, so get up on the stage and just get the few jitters off and get the first game over and done with.
Have you been playing much recently? We might not know a great deal about your form, but there's quite a few people who think you've got a great chance this week.
Yeah, I play there in the INDO. It's an organisation back home in Ireland. We have a tournament every month. It's a Saturday and Sunday, and I'm second in the rankings, fighting for second against Ciaran inside, so there's a bit of tension between the two of us.
Is it going to help that you know somebody quite well in that practice room, because that's someone you can bounce off and you know, get some banter going with?
Yeah, 100%. Ciaran, I got along well with him. If I have any inquiries, I'll ask him, like, and he'll tell me. So yeah, no, it's good to have Ciaran here.
Well, he's got good experience. He's won on this stage before, so maybe you can bounce off him in the next couple of days. All the very best to you, Dylan.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dylan Slevin putting us all to shame there with his pronunciation of Ciaran Teehan's name. So our second match in Group C, Atkinson against Slevin, who will join Carl Wilkinson on 2 points at this very early stage. Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Well, looking at his averages, I think he put us both to shame. 86.05 for the year. Where is he from, Nico?
Borrisakane, I think.
I've been to a place called Boris in Ireland, but I'm going to have to look that one up.
I have no doubt in my mind that it's probably the most idyllic, beautiful place. Because, let's face it, Ireland is full of places like that, and it's full of good dart players. What we do here at the MODUS Super Series is we just
game on.
Look around and find little gems now and again. And have we found one, can't believe I'm about to say this, in the Slevinator.
I love it. Well, it's actually it's a place in Tipperary, famous, of course, for their
100
Hurley side, Hurley team, amongst many other things. But yeah, a beautiful part of the world, County Tipperary.
140.
I don't think he looks like a Terminator. I think he looks more like an early Clark Kent. Looks like the Christopher Reeve version of Clark Kent, which is not a bad thing. Let's face it, he was always the best Superman.
58.
But that's a chat for another day. What we got here is a left-hander standing to the right of the oche and throwing very, very well to start things off. And isn't it great to see another young star having a chance against someone who is fancied this week in Adam Atkinson, but like Abby said, he's looking for another level in Group C to make another appearance in Saturday night, because the one time he's been with us previously, he did make that Saturday night, albeit finishing 5th.
180.
There's his first max on debut. Didn't take him long. I mean, this is how high regard he's held. The odds compilers obviously dig as deep as we do in terms of getting some background information on Dylan.
96.
He was the
Dylan,
4-6 favourite to beat Adam, who was 11-10.
That's really interesting. Double top. He's got a bit of a look of a young James Wade, doesn't he? And look what he did there. He left double 10 and he hit it. But what I'm going to do, because I know from
Second leg, it's
experience
Dylan
on
to
this
throw
stage, and I'm sure you
first.
can probably
Game
testify
on.
to this, Mace, when you play your first match or your first couple of legs, the adrenaline's pumping, it's helping you focus. When that
100.
goes down a little bit, then we'll judge him on his engine. But so far, so good.
Well, on debut, his opening leg, he's hit a max, and he's gone out in 12 darts. I don't really think it gets much better.
58.
Was an opportunity for an 11, of course. That throws similar to
100.
somebody's, but they're right-handed, and it's going to come to me any second.
Chris Mason is deep in thought right now. The wheels are churning.
96.
I maybe need to see a mirror image so I can see him as if he was right-handed.
60.
It reminds me of a left-hander. I can't think of which one it is, though. It's going to drive me crazy.
It's a bit old school, that throw.
Yeah, you look at the action of Atkinson, that is what you want from a good technician these days. There's a lot to admire about it.
41.
But every now and again, you get an old school throw, and it just takes you back a little bit, and I like that. Very uncomplicated. No bells and whistles on the darts, apart from some very
180.
sparkly points. But he's got his second maximum, and he's almost in Cam Crabtree territory.
Well, yeah, that was some debut, wasn't it?
99. Dylan, you require 61.
Yeah, he equalised the venue record in his debut match, and this is double eight.
Game shot
Well,
on the
that is
second
fabulous
leg.
from Dylan
Slevin.
Slevin. But what's more, I don't know what you feel about this, Chris, but he had 61 there.
Third leg, it's Adam to
If
throw
he was
first.
someone
Game on.
who wanted to leave tops and tens all the time, he might have gone for treble 7 there. But what we've seen from him there is a little bit of flexibility in his finishing range.
He's not scared of any other double. It's obviously on the 41. He had options
100.
9, 5 for double 18, 1 for tops, which is the route he went. What I like is that wrist doesn't break. If you have a look
140.
at the hand on the back of the backswing, there's no wrist involved whatsoever. That the wrist is locked. So, and if you look at the
63.
position of the dart in terms of the floor, it's just perfect. You almost could track that dart, and I bet it doesn't. I bet there's
100.
little to no weep or wibble, and that's why he's playing like this. He has got some action.
I just love the fact that when he was looking around the playing surface, you
40.
could say, when he was on the stage, he was just, wow. Wait, I can play on this? Can I really play here? Oh, he can.
100.
Oh, he can play. I've already seen enough. I mean, his highest recorded average is 99.81, which must be an official competition, which is, well, at the moment, if he continues in the same vein, he won't
Dylan,
just
you
beat, he'll
require
absolutely
161.
demolish. This is the equivalent of someone running a 12-second 100 meters and then all of a sudden producing a 9-point something.
That's a good analogy, that. Someone's turned on the nitrous. I think there's one game today that he's looking forward to more than anything else. That's game 9 when he plays Ciaran Teehan.
Bragging rights.
Yeah, that INDO stuff. I think that sits
Dylan,
quite
you require
important in his calendar.
102.
Maybe for both of them.
Tops.
62.
Would have been
Adam, you require 64.
12, 15 and 15.
That's a beautiful dart from Adam. But he
Wasn't
needs this
bad.
double 4.
Game shot on the
gets it.
third leg. Adam
An 18
Atkinson.
dart hold. Won't be too concerned there.
Fourth leg, it's Dylan to throw
Dylan,
first.
that is.
Game on.
He only had 1 dart at tops off the back of 102.
Have you come up with that player yet?
It's
60.
in there. It will just
get the feeling it looks like a bit of a young Dave Whitcomb. Very young Dave Whitcomb.
125.
Any excuse to bring up Dave Whitcomb, really, because one of the most underrated players in darts history.
Well, one of our
100.
many finely equipped backroom staff, I think, has come up with it. There's a bit of Alan Evans in there.
Oh, yeah. Now I see it.
Yeah. And that's what it was. It's just because
68.
you'll have a look. High elbow. Boom. Stops at the backswing.
You're
motion.
on the money.
60.
That's a compliment.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't do bad.
I wonder if he's as feisty as Alan was.
No, not a chance.
I would have
I
paid.
I could just tell by the interview that he's not.
Yeah, I would have paid good money to see an exhibition between Jockey Wilson and Alan Evans. That would have been fantastic. But he's got old school written all over him.
Yeah, I was one of the few English people, that my father and a fair few he played county with, who were English that he actually liked. He didn't have a lot of love for the English, Alan. I was very fortunate to know him pretty much most of my life. He played
34.
county with my father, so it was, yeah, he was always great with me.
Yeah, Tony O'Shea told me a lot of great stories about Alan. He knew Alan very well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did very, very well. Well, he did a lot of work with Alan, didn't he?
65.
He was actually Alan's driver, wasn't he?
Imagine the stories.
Well, imagine the ones you can tell.
Well, there's another book I want to read one day when Tony O'Shea writes it. Wow, that'll be a bestseller.
And when you think as well,
29.
Chubby Brown used to
Dylan,
do a lot of work with Bobby George.
Well, Chubby Brown from Redcar,
Yep.
and not far from Hartlepool.
Correct.
100. Adam, you require 147.
This one seems
Almost
to have
on cue when we were talking, when we had the 9
60.
dart
Dylan, you require
147
56.
debate. And there's a 147 left. But 56 tops for 3-1. That's a beautiful guide.
36.
Doesn't use it.
Notice how
Adam,
things
you
have just
require
slowed down a little bit since the
87.
first couple of legs. That's why I mentioned that adrenaline. It lasts about 2 legs, and you've got to settle in and try to figure out what you've done right the first couple of legs. And Atkinson is looking to do what Tian did in the first game.
Adam Atkinson.
He was 2-0 down. He brought it back to 3-2 up. And Atkinson could possibly do that.
Fifth
Yeah.
leg,
Especially with
it's Adam
finishes
to
like
throw
that.
first.
Yeah, that was
Game
clinical.
on.
And again, you're right. It's how you deal with the emotional side of things of, okay, my game's dropped off. And now, after being 2-0 up and averaging 107, 108, I'm in a spot of trouble.
135.
He's missed 5 darts at double all of a sudden, and Adam's only missed the 1.
And each miss has
85.
ultimately been costly in the middle part of the game.
Yeah, you don't judge a horse in the Grand National by where it stands after the first furlong. You judge it by where it's at after the last Beecher's Brook and then towards the last furlong.
123.
Exactly that.
I used a racing reference there because I know how much they love racing in Ireland.
140.
Where do you think darts ranks in Ireland as far as sports that they
Well, they
love?
in Ireland they had a throwing a throwing game well before darts, and it's called I think it's called loops or
87.
something like that, and it's very much like it's a board with a hook in the middle, and then a hook where a
81.
25 would be,
Adam, you
and then
require
a single, and so on and so
156.
forth, and you would throw these rings and
Sounds like kites.
yeah. And of course, that's way older than, oh, hello, double 18. He hit it last time. He
Game
hits it
on the
again.
fifth leg.
A 156 for our
Atkinson.
second 12-dart leg of the match.
Just look how beautiful this double 18 is.
Sixth
Clean.
leg, it's Dylan to throw first.
Real
Game on.
clean.
Yeah, that was thrown to perfection.
Yeah, where he aimed. He'd have been looking at that spot in the double.
60.
Or is it called rings? I think it might have been called rings. I can remember being being with Russ Bray in Ireland and the great late Phil Jones. We were doing exhibitions over there, and we stumbled across this.
100.
Well, I call it a pub. It's the smallest. It's about the size of this commentary box, and they only sold Guinness or whiskey, and then they had this thing on the wall, and we were all fascinated by it. And they had a traditional donkey there as well. But it was amazing. It was sort of on this sort of farm type place. And we just we drove past it, slammed on the brakes, and hit reverse and thought, is that really a pub? We just went in, and we're made to feel incredibly welcome.
Well, Ireland's an incredible country, filled with outstanding people.
Yeah, and history.
I haven't been there for quite a few years now. I've been there since 2019.
One of the most picturesque places. They had an event recently, it's in Killarney, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that is just absolutely stunning.
Yeah, it's breathtaking.
91.
If you've never been to the Ring of Kerry,
Mm-hmm.
that is something that everybody needs to see. It is outrageous.
And if you're a motorsports fan,
133.
some of the finest rallying in the world.
As we require 170.
How about this to back up the 156? He's actually hit a 170 to win a match before. His very first match at the start of Super Series 1.
58. Dylan, you require
Slevin
70.
Is trying to take us all the way for the second game in succession. Mixed fortunes on tops.
50.
That wasn't far away.
Adam, you require 112.
He's had some stunning finishing thus far. Can he wrap it up with a 112?
He doesn't have to go the 60 here. He could go the treble 18.
Yeah, and if you ever do get to Killarney, go up to Mole's Gap.
55.
Cafe
Dylan, you require
restaurant up
20.
there. It's like a wish you were here show. Stroke darts.
Double 10 saying, I wish this dart was here. And it is.
On the seat
right on cue.
Dylan Slevin.
Well, it didn't look like after a couple of legs, but we are
Seventh
going
and final
all the
leg.
way.
It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
A seventh and deciding leg like we did in the opening match.
We talked a little bit earlier in the week, Mace, about the complexity of Group A, which Atkinson was involved in.
140.
We talked about getting a good, solid foundation on a Monday, moving on a Tuesday, and then getting it done on a Wednesday. You don't have a moving day in Group C.
Yeah, you have to put your marker out, don't you, on day one of only 2.
What's the number that you think, well, I've got to get this at least? I think it's 6.
6 points.
6 points.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody gets 10 and you've got 6, you can still bridge that gap.
Yeah, because you've still got to play them, so that takes it down to 2. And then, remember, it's the top 2 from this
29.
group that will join Raymond Smith. And then it's the top 3 from tonight's session that starts at 10 o'clock on all the usual channels and platforms. It's the top 3 from there, and that makes up our 6-player field on Saturday night's final. If you want to come, it's completely free. Go over to dartshop.tv, reserve your ticket, go and watch the football, grab something to eat, and come and enjoy an intimate night of darts.
He's already taken 87 this week, and a 156 is his best effort, but he might take 87 right now.
67.
He's
having a lot of good darts thrown. If he's missing, he's not missing by much.
No, we've seen that from Raymond Smith, didn't we, over 3 days when he did miss. It was marginal.
Adam Atkinson's best
56.
average this week so far is 88.71. This is a little bit better than that, with a tiny job to do. Double 5. He does get the job done with another central double. And he starts on the right foot here in Group C with a best average of the week. So maybe this group is going to be as tight as last week's Group B, which saw 5 players on 4 points after the first day. Time will tell. But of course, all of the headlines about today in Group C are about our next debutant for the week, which is Fallon Sherrock, and she will take on Danny van Tripe in our 3rd game after the break.
Well, we've seen some impressive debut displays here at the MODUS Super Series over recent times, and it looked in the opening stages of that one like Dylan Slevin was going to treat us to one as well. He eventually lost out in a last leg decider in his opening game to Adam Atkinson. He settled very quickly indeed though, didn't he? A 12-dart break to kick things off, followed by a hold in 15. But as Nico mentioned in commentary, that adrenaline just subsiding slightly in the middle part of that one. That, coupled with Atkinson up in his level, turned the match on its head. A sublime 1-5-6 checkout from Atkinson in that one, helping him on his way. Slevin did enough to force a decider, but it was Atkinson who took the points from that one. 57% checkout success from Atkinson and an average just shy of 90 in that match to start his Group C campaign with 2 points. Next up then, we've got Fallon Sherrock taking on Danny van Tripe. Danny, of course, ending Group A bottom of the table, winning just 2 of his 15 games. He did have a run to the last 16 of Players' Championship 27 not so long back, though, with notable wins over Vincent van der Voort. So we know that he certainly does have the game in his locker. He's taken on Fallon Sherrock. Both players in this one looking to head to the Alexandra Palace with a lot of confidence. Which one will start their Group C campaign with confidence? We're about to find out, but before we do so, Nico caught up with Fallon prior to this session getting underway. Let's see how she's feeling ahead of her MODUS Super Series campaign.
Morning, Fallon, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's great to see you again, and you must be looking forward to the challenge the next couple of days.
Yeah, no, I'm very looking forward to the challenge in the next couple of days. You know, it feels good to be back here. You know, I remember when it all started, and it's really nice to be invited back.
You were here on launch night when Ciaran Teehan actually picked up the title that night, and he's in the practice room with you today. How do you feel about the group that you've got with you, the other 5 players?
No, I feel like the group's got like a really strong asset of people anyway. You know, they're all good quality of players, and I'm just hoping, you know, it'd be a great practice going up to the Worlds, and hopefully I can put on some good performances today and, you know, perfect my game as well.
There's going to be a lot of focus on the Worlds for you over the next week or two, but is it good that you've got this challenge to almost take your mind off that and focus on your game in a very good professional environment?
Yeah, definitely. It definitely helps. You know, going into the Worlds, all you want is match practice and stuff like that, and there's no better match practice than playing in the Super Series.
Say no more. Good luck the next couple of days.
Thank you.
So then, 2 players looking for an injection of confidence heading to Ali Pali later this month. Who will make the brighter start to their Group C campaign? Let's go back to Nico and Mace to find out, shall we?
Yeah, why not? Let's close out round 1 with the Queen of the Palace, the Women's World Match Play Champion from this year. And I don't know why, but that seems like a long time ago. That was a fabulous summer tournament for Michael van Gerwen and Fallon Sherrock, who lifted that trophy, albeit not for very long because it was very, very heavy. She had to hold it for quite a while.
First leg, it's Danny to throw
as
first.
you can see, she's a little slight. I think that trophy weighed about as much as she does. But
About the same size, wasn't it?
That was an incredible achievement to win that over Eileen de Graaf in the final. But now
100.
her attention turns to Danny van Tripe and her first MODUS Super Series match here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, good to see her.
60.
Just back playing and in her own little bubble, which I'm sure she's relieved at the
85.
well, in the current climate. Let's put it that way.
Do you know what, Mace? When it comes to finding that bubble, and I'm not saying this just because she's throwing, but she genuinely is world class at finding focus in high pressure situations. And
140.
I think this is exactly what she needs right now.
Yeah, I think you summed it up perfectly with that interview. When you're going into the Worlds, you just want some proper
100.
match practice, and this is pretty much as close as you're going to get. It's on a stage, it's under the lights, it's refereed.
60.
And it gives you an opportunity as well to go away and analyse what you're doing.
On the flip side, how difficult a game is this for Danny, because he's on a bit of a losing streak, isn't he?
85.
Yeah,
Danny
12
required
without a win.
116.
If that was a football team, the manager would be sacked. But you can't sack yourself. He didn't mean to get that double 16, I promise you. He wants to get double 12, though.
Game
And he
shot on the
does
first
get it.
leg.
That is the
Danny
second
Van
time
Tripe.
this week that we've seen somebody hit 56 with double-double.
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw
That's
first.
more like it.
Game on.
15 darter from Danny. He'll want to continue that, that's for sure. As far as this week is concerned,
100.
averaging 82.89, which is below his best. 14 maximums, which is fine.
140.
3-ton plus outs. Maybe he'd want a few more than that. And his checkout percentage is probably where he's lost most of his legs. 25.81%.
140.
Yeah, I think so far I'd be seriously disappointed at his performances so far.
125.
There's been some really good moments, but overall, he will want to make a bit of a statement.
180.
Well, if you wanted the answer to the question, what kind of nick is she in? Yeah, it's pretty good. But they both are, which is making this game even more watchable.
81.
This 81 has to go.
It's being played at some pace.
56. Danny, you require 56.
Well, I assure you, he's not going for double 16. Double 10.
Game
He
shot on the
finds
second leg.
That
Danny Van
12-dart break, averaging 111 for the first couple of legs. This is a bit of a bulldozer welcome
Third
to
leg, it's
the
Danny
Super
to throw
Series for
first.
Fallon, who is
Game on.
not playing poorly. She's had one dart at a double in the first two legs, averaging 105.
Yeah, one dart at the ball off the back of 81.
60.
This is just good to see because I'm sure Fallon will be the first to admit in the back end of
76.
the women's series events she didn't perform anywhere near what we expect. But of course, it was being loaded with its own
59.
pressure.
When she made that world final a few years ago, we all thought that maybe she had the potential of becoming a
59.
multiple women's world champion. That hasn't materialized yet, but the amount of pressure that she's had to shoulder, in my opinion,
100.
is nowhere near the pressure that any woman has ever had to shoulder in this sport.
No.
But that's the 2020s for you with social media and
59.
all of that.
Well, everybody has an opinion, don't they?
Yes, they do. Some of them are valuable, some of them, being most of them,
58.
don't mean a thing.
No. No, the important people are the ones buying the tickets and the ones tuning in on TV.
96.
One thing I'm really happy about over the last 3 years is that even during the pandemic,
60.
which robbed Fallon Sherrock of all of her momentum after that Ali Pali run, the ladies' game has progressed. There is more for the ladies' game
100.
than
Danny,
ever.
require
Yeah, and that
164.
is down to players like Fallon and like Lisa, like Dita, like Trina, like Anastasia, like Bo,
51. Fallon, you
like
require
Aileen. You
111.
know, all of these women have played their part, but no more so than Fallon, who
95.
did create history and,
Danny,
and
require
did
113.
make ladies' darts headline news, and that's invaluable.
Still got a route left to victory. Misses out on the 60, which would have left double 19.
77. Fallon, you require
This is a
16.
slightly slower leg. Oh, that's a bit tricky. You have to go north. Isn't moving.
No score.
How close was that?
Danny, you require 36.
Is that awkward?
Buckled the wire with dart one.
Game shot on the third leg. Danny Van
He has
Tripe.
powered that through
Yeah.
because he likes to land darts on top of each other. I think he's thrown that third dart extra hard
Fourth leg,
just
it's
to try and
Fallon
force
to
it
throw
through.
first.
Yeah.
Game on.
17 darts a leg for the first 3 legs here for Danny Van Tripe.
93.
Yeah, not the start Fallon wanted, but she should take the positives out of this one because she
60.
scored okay. She's not been a million miles away. She hit the 25 going for the ball and just stuck 3 on the wire of double 8.
She's got a very intense
57.
schedule today as well, Mace, because she starts in game 3 and finishes in game 13. So her 5 games are very tight together.
85.
I think that might work for her.
Yeah, I agree. Can Classical release of the dart. Minimal effort.
43.
Doesn't like playing in heels either.
No.
Because in my county days, I used to have a chat with some...
You didn't play in heels, did you?
No, I wasn't like
Maybe
Prince.
them Italian...
I'm not like Howard Wolowitz from The Big Bang Theory who wears Cuban heels. But I actually asked Fallon about this a few years ago when I first got to know her quite well. I said, you don't play in heels? And she said, no, I like to play in flats. You'll never see me playing in heels. And I thought, oh, fair enough.
100.
But there were some ladies I used to play county with around 20 years ago, and they said they couldn't play in flats. So it's all personal preference. But you don't see the men having that kind of issue.
Danny require 160.
No, a lot of them now use these, they're almost trainer stroke shoes, aren't they? I always used to play in a shoe that always had a bit of a heel, so
Fallon, you require 132.
comfort issue now, isn't it?
This has got to go. Every miss she's had has been really small.
52.
And she's been put to the sword by Danny Van Tripe, who's not played this well this week. And that's a great first win for him by 4-0, which takes him to the top of the table after round one. I have to say one thing. I have not seen Danny that focused this week. The doubles were excellent. He had a high out of 116. But the way he started that match by taking the first two legs, that was very impressive. We'll see more of Carl Wilkinson and Adam Atkinson when they start round two after this short commercial.
So then, Danny Van Tripe is off to a winning start here in Group C. A 4-0 victory for him over Fallon Sherrock in our third match of this morning's session. Fallon certainly didn't play poorly in that one. Just unfortunate for her that she ran into the best version of Danny Van Tripe that we've seen so far this week. The scoring stats weren't dissimilar between the pair, but it was just the focus and superior finishing at the back end of legs that made the difference in that one. As you can see, Fallon Sherrock missing all all 5 of her attempts at the outer ring. Van Tripe with 57% checkout success in that one, the highest checkout, of course, that 1-1-6, en route to that whitewash victory in the 3rd match. He, of course, joins Wilkinson and Atkinson on 2 points in the Group C table at this early stage. Next up then, we've got Wilkinson and Atkinson in action, 2 players who of course have won their opening games of this session. A battle between these two. They both finished 4 out of 7 on the outer ring in their opening matches. Carl with a 1-1-7 to force a deciding leg against Tian in his first game, that completing a 15-dart leg. As for Atkinson, of course, the best checkout of the day so far, that 1-5-6 to take him within a leg of victory over Slevin. A fantastic display from him in that one. Who's going to move on to 4 points in the league table then? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Thanks, Abby. And this is a battle of 2 players who won their first game of the day by 4 legs to 3. I wouldn't be shocked to see this one go the distance once again. But the tall 38-year-old from Barnsley, many a great Yorkshireman has come from Barnsley.
Well, you're thinking about some of the original players that really made a massive impact on the game. You've got to go back to players like Brian Langworth, of course, who was one of the original big names in world darts from the 70s and early 80s.
Michael Parkinson was from Barnsley, wasn't he?
I do believe he was.
Yeah, he was pretty good at an interview or 2.
First leg, it's Carl to throw first.
So famous, he was in
Game
Love
on.
Actually. A very good Christmas movie. Well,
there'll be no love here.
no love actually at all. Because you've got to be ruthless in this format. And how ruthless was Danny Van Tripe in that performance against Fallon Sherrock in match 3? That was very impressive. A bit of a message sent by a few players in round 1. But now we look to
100.
round 2. We've got this. We've got Sherrock against Tian after this. Then Slevin against Van Tripe in match 6.
59.
These guys have got something in common. That's the fact that they have made a Saturday night
100.
with us previously. Adam has made it in Southampton, just like Wilkinson in our previous studio.
138.
But they didn't make their way to the final. As far as Wilkinson's best effort, he was 4th when we used to have the 3rd, 4th place playoff.
Yep.
But Atkinson was eliminated from the
96.
group in week
Carl
1 of Super Series 1.
164.
I think they would love to grace the final this week, whoever their opponent could possibly be.
This is the first ever
96.
meeting between the 2. They won't know too much about each other. Pace of play won't particularly suit the much quicker
135. Carl, you require 68.
Not that Atkinson's particularly slow, but very much a rat-tat-tat.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's a 15
Carl
dart hold.
Wilkinson.
Here's something just a little bit to a sidebar. This is a bit of a weird game for me, this one, Mace. Because
Second leg, it's Adam
my
to throw
mum's maiden
first.
name is
Game
Atkinson and her current name is Wilkinson.
Spooky.
So odd.
Yeah, that is spooky. I tell you what is spooky. Carl Wilkinson won his match against Ciaran Teehan with a 15 dart hold
60.
in leg 7. Started this match with a 15 dart hold, continuing where he left off.
I really like watching Carl play.
171.
He doesn't mess around. And hold your horses, it's a white horse. If you don't know what one of those is, well, it's 3 massive trebles in sequence, 60, 57, 54. You obviously don't watch any of the soft tip from
I was going to say,
Darts Live.
All the Americans tuned in. Not sure what time it'll be over there, but they'll be, just for a moment, we almost had one of the most perfect 9s potentially. Especially if he'd have gone 3 balls.
Well, I'll tell you what, if Mark Webster was in this commentary box, he would have done the sound effects as well. He went to Super Darts in Hong Kong a few years ago, and he started talking to me about
83.
white horses, and he loved it.
Well, the guy who won Series 1 Champions Week, Conan Whitehead, he's off to
47.
Hong Kong right now,
Oh,
isn't
did he take the invitation?
Yeah.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, he flew out this morning, so good luck to him. And I think Adrian Gray's on his way over. I think Tony Martin also playing.
Yeah, Team UK, good luck to them.
Yeah.
I've been part of that team myself before.
Did you go with Fallon?
We went with Fallon. Andy Jenkins as well.
Yeah. And Adrian.
Yeah. Became equal third. We lost to Japan, who ended up winning the whole thing.
100. Adam,
It was a fabulous
58.
experience.
Yeah, I can remember you talking about it when you went over it.
I'll have to show you the photos from that a little bit later. I might even post them on social media if you fancy having a look at the 2017 Soft Tip World Cup.
18.
Well,
Car
I
you
just put
require
up a-
84.
It's not a rather old picture of myself and John Lowe in the final of the cricket in America from just 26 years ago.
Oh, that's a
72.
big chance missed there for
Adam, you
Wilkie.
require 40.
I think he knows it as well. He doesn't expect to come back. Doubles were excellent from Atkinson in his first performance, 57%.
30.
This time, not so much.
Car you
What a
require
gift difference
12.
a game makes. Double six for 2-zip. Players don't mind the old double six. Don't think he'd like double three very
Game
much,
shot
but
the
he
second
finds it.
leg.
It's a
Carl
long way down for
Wilkinson.
Carl. That is an 18-dart breaker throw. That beautiful 171 in the leg. Yeah, I don't do
Third leg,
Twitter.
it's
Paul
Carl to
does a bit of
throw first.
Twitter. I'm a bit
Game
of,
on.
do a bit of Instagram, but I say rarely. Well, it's a rare darts-related picture on there for me, but it just popped up on my memories from, I say, 26 years
59.
ago. Where does the time go? How old were you then, Paul?
26 years ago was 1996. So we were just coming out of Euro 96. I was 17.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a good summer.
123.
Good fun.
Yeah.
It was a great summer.
Was it Italy? 90s?
It was in the UK, and that's when we lost.
Oh, that's right.
England lost to
140.
That was the amazing Gaza goal, wasn't it?
against
That-
Scotland.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about that a couple of days
Yeah.
ago.
Colin Hendry
Yeah.
tied him up in knots, bless him.
Yeah, I was working at St James's Park that summer. Some of the Euro 96 games. That was a great experience.
68.
I wonder what's going to happen this Saturday, because we've got a massive darts night. See, I teased you there. Because you were all thinking about the football, weren't you?
138.
I'm talking about the Super Series final for week 7.
Oh, what an hors d'oeuvre it is to that. Just a little game of football against France, and then the most important thing in the world of sport, it is Super Series.
180.
Week 7 finals night.
I would have made a really interesting practice room if
Thibaut and
we'd have had these two, and then Jacques Larbe and Thibaut Tricol were in there.
yeah, that would have been proper.
One 132.
We'll keep you up to speed. As we mentioned yesterday, it's the start of the World Masters, I do believe, today. When the results come out in the darts world, we'll keep you up to speed.
Well, Carl is speeding ahead
93.
with an
Carl, you
excellent
require
performance
32.
here. He said he's been playing a bit up and down over the last few
Game
months,
shot
but
on the
this is
third
very,
leg.
very
Carl
up.
Wilkinson.
And let me prove it to you. That's really good, considering he's had no 180s.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to
He's
throw
got a better
first.
average.
Game on.
of around about 3.5 points over his opponent, who is not playing poorly at all. But maybe the reason he's 3-0 down is because of this.
And that's what makes the average even more impressive. 98.02,
81.
and he's missed 4 darts at a double. And like you say, without the 180s, just the one big visit, and that was that 171 where he
60.
produced the white horse.
We're going to have to get some sound effects when people do that.
Yeah, I agree.
Somebody has to push a button.
They don't do sound effects in darts. Why don't we?
What would the sound effect be for a 170 finish?
57.
A cymbal. White horse would be a big horse sound. I can't do one, otherwise I would.
140.
And if somebody hits a score of 7, we just have to get somebody to record 7.
Yeah, I like that idea. Let's do it.
Yeah, just spruce things up a bit.
59.
Still in control after 6 darts in this 4th leg, and he's sprinting away.
98.
He's the 38-year-old. Yesterday we had a remarkably quick game when Ciaran Teehan found a win in less than 7 minutes.
60.
Beating Danny van Tripe with 102 average. The best performance of the week as far as he's concerned, but the best performance of anybody
58.
was Raymond Smith, 103.66. Not really surprised to be saying that, considering his level of ability of what we've seen this week.
Atkinson needs a couple of big troubles here.
94.
He finds
Carl, you
one.
require 145.
Still think Wilkinson's going to get 6 at the 145. May only need the 3. 1's tops.
105.
That would have finished off.
Adam, you require 150.
Fabulous performance.
To say that Adam needs snookers from here is a bit of an understatement.
41.
I think he knows he's about to
Carl,
be
you require
gubbed
40.
in one of your favourite words, Mace. Tops.
35.
Round the houses.
Adam, you require
All on the money.
109.
Left himself 5. What does the comeback campaign here? Trouble 19. No.
Well, that's been his miss this week, hasn't it? Short of the trebles by about 1 centimetre or 1.5 centimetres.
69.
That
Carl, you
must be
require
fixed.
5.
He's going to come through this group. More match darts. Only needs the 1.
And the
And that's a fabulous
Carl
start to this group for
Wilkinson.
Big Carl. 2 wins, a leg difference of +5, and he will go into round 3, where he will play Fallon Sherrock in a very healthy position. That 91 average is actually a little bit misleading. It was a lot better than that for most of the game. But you saw that he missed 8 darts at double, and that's why his average came down to a respectable one instead of a spectacular one. As far as spectacular is concerned, the next game has got the potential for it, as Ciaran Teehan takes on the Queen of the Palace.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And don't forget, you can visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets for finals night. But back here in Group C, Carl Wilkinson has just recorded his second victory of this morning's session. A whitewash win for him in that one over Adam Atkinson. Both players had 57% checkout success in their opening matches of this session. Not as clinical from either in that one, but overall a very impressive performance from Carl Wilkinson. A 13 dart leg in there from him, an average in excess of 91. 8 missed darts at a double, but still a very solid start to the campaign from Wilkinson. As you can see there, Atkinson missing all 5 of his attempts at the outer ring in that match. Next up then, we've got Fallon Sherrock against Ciaran Teehan. Of course, both of these players losing their opening matches of the session, both suffering a bit of double trouble, really, weren't they, in their openers. Tian, 25% checkout success in defeat to Wilkinson. He'll certainly want to forget about that one. As you can see, they're missing 3 at double 16 in the decider before being punished by Carl Wilkinson. As for Fallon Sherrock, well, she was whitewashed in her opening game. She did have the 180, followed by 3 missed darts at double 8. That, of course, setting the tone in that match for who then will pick up their first 2 points in Group C. Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Yeah, this one's going to be a good one, I feel. And Tian did have a decent opportunity of winning his first match against Carl Wilkinson, but he's gone on to win his first 2 now. Will he be the person to catch? But like Abby just mentioned, one of these dart players is about to get off the mark. Fallon did not get a leg in her first game, but she did play some very good stuff, especially in the scoring phase. As you can see, she's from Milton Keynes. If you like roundabouts, that's where you want to go. They've got more than anyone.
Yeah, home of the Masters, of course, at the
First leg,
MK
it's
Dons
Fallon to throw
Stadium.
first.
That's coming up not
Game
too
on.
far away. There is still some tickets available. That's at the end of January. Busy month for ITV darts, of course, with Bahrain, Copenhagen, then straight into the Masters.
90.
You're a bit disappointed that you're not going to Bahrain.
I am, after our last trip there. Yeah, absolutely. Maybe next year. Well, maybe the year
100.
after. Brilliant for all. There's a lot of expats over in Bahrain, as we know. So what a great opportunity for them to see some
59.
some world-class tungsten action.
I think the focus for Tian is very
57.
much here and looking at what he's going to do in Great Britain and Ireland over the next few months. And maybe that's going to be the same for Fallon
59.
for the first time in a while, because she spent a lot of time in the air in 2022, going to Australia, New Zealand, Denmark,
New York.
Yeah.
137.
Of course, involved in many exhibition and gala events in Europe.
96.
Very, very popular. She was popular in New York, that's for sure. Of all the guys out there, she was the one doing most of the media.
59.
Just intrigue and the fascination.
Did you ever get any quips from border security or any members of authority over there saying,
139. Ciaran, you
know, about
require
dart players?
148.
Going to America was always, it was always quite a tough one, explaining, what are you, dads? What are you doing? No, yeah, especially when you went to
54.
Vegas,
Fallon,
they'd
you
look at you as
require
if,
58.
what?
oh, 2-2. Going the Danny Van Tripe route.
Game shot on the first leg.
But she
Fallon
converts it
Sherrock.
for a first leg of the day. And if you think that that was a slipped first dart, I promise you it wasn't.
Second leg, it's
because
Ciaran to throw first.
when she's got
Game
something
on.
like 52, she will go treble 12.
Yep.
Now, just to go back to that point, I was going over the
100.
border from Canada to America once, and I got pulled into immigration. And they asked me what I did for a living. I said, I'm a professional darts player. And the answer has
95.
stayed with me the whole time. He said, you can make a living from that? I thought, right, okay. I'll not get angry.
39.
I'll wait till I'm gone. Because he had a gun.
Yeah, it was fascinating years ago traveling because we used to go everywhere. Well, we used to go to America
60.
10, 12 times a year. It was, you always get the same thing. Well, you know, darts? You've come all the way here to play darts?
Does anybody in the world
140.
say the word darts better than someone from Cork? I'm not sure they do.
I don't think they say many things better. Can listen to Ciaran Teehan all day long.
Yeah, me too.
22.
And now that we've got Dylan Slevin as well, I'd love to be in that practice room listening to the bants.
It's amazing how, when you think how small Ireland actually is, and
the
different dialects and accents throughout the different counties. It is bizarre. Even accents around Dublin, how different they are.
41.
Yeah,
Ciaran,
north
you
siders
require
and south siders.
42.
All the different places around a beautiful place.
Game shot
but
on the
that is,
second leg.
well, that
Ciaran
first start was a
Teehan.
bit suspect.
It's a beautiful leg. 14 darter. Just to
Third
let
leg, it's
Fallon
Fallon to
know.
throw first.
I'm
Game on.
here.
I've got a little Fallon Sherrock story for you. I've told it before, but not at the MODUS Super Series. We went to the
58.
World Soft Tip Cup 5 years ago, and they had this beautiful opening ceremony where they'd get all the players to go out with the flag, and
45.
the MC was a bit of a character, let's put it that way. And pronouncing certain people's names, he was very well versed in the Japanese names,
57.
the Hong Kong names, the Malaysian names. Pretty good at the American ones, but when it came to introducing us, introduced Adrian Gray. I think it was Adrian Gray.
96.
Andy Jenkins, that's pretty easy. Mine, I couldn't quite hear it, but Fallon's was brilliant. And please welcome Fallon Sherrock.
140.
Made us sound like a mythical superhero.
Brilliant.
125.
She played brilliantly in that soft tip cup, but she was up against some of the best lady soft tip players in the world, and she didn't have a great deal of soft tip experience.
125.
But she held her own. She held us together, in fact. She was brilliant. And the only person who was better than her in the ladies' game that weekend
81.
was
Fallon, you
Suzuki.
require 121.
Yeah, she's a fabulous soft tip player. That's the origins of her game. But
73. Ciaran, you
yeah,
require
look, talking about Yorkshire,
154.
the Yorkshire Classic, I actually won the Yorkshire Classic threes, mixed threes with myself, Kevin Painter and Dieter Hedman, and it has to be said, if it wouldn't have been for Dieter, we wouldn't have won that either.
130. Fallon, you require 48.
Okay. This is to maintain the advantage of throw. It's important.
Game
And it's
shot
in.
the third leg. Fallon Sherrock.
And that is one of her big strengths. If you look at her doubles percentage when she plays at Ali Pali,
Fourth leg, it's Ciaran
it's
to
rather
throw first.
extraordinary.
Game on.
Yeah, it's 50%, isn't it?
It's very close to being 1 in every 2 darts.
140.
Yeah, it's funny about how people say different things. It's that American version, acclimated, isn't it?
Acclimated. Acclimatized.
100.
Yeah. Well, she's getting acclimated with the new venue.
You know what I love about this game as well? I've been waiting to say it at the right moment.
140.
The difference in height.
It's like another person.
Yeah, I think there's a difference of a foot at least between these two.
140.
And if that doesn't say that darts is for everyone, I don't know what does.
Absolutely brilliant, mate. That is exactly
105.
what we preach.
First dart, when she gets it there, she's got real potential for maxes.
140. Ciaran, you require 116.
She's keeping the pressure on the Tian throw here.
He's only had one dart at a double in the first 3 legs.
And hit it.
40. Fallon, you require
Had a little look at this in the
121.
previous leg.
Yeah, here's a real opportunity. 11 and ball, treble 11 for 28. Ooh, risky.
Game shot on the
risk
fourth
pays
leg.
off.
Fallon Sherrock.
Laser focus from the Queen of the Palace.
Well, matches the best leg of the day.
Fifth leg, it's Fallon to
121
throw
out
first.
for a 12 darter.
Game on.
3 from 5 on the doubles.
I remember the first time I ever saw her practice at Lakeside, she was
60.
involved in this really focused session with Casey Gallagher. Great young player from the southeast of England. I haven't seen much of her lately. I hope she's doing okay.
46.
But they used to practice together a lot. I know that Fallon is very close with the likes of Anastasia, three-time world champion,
121.
Lorraine Winstanley. Fabulous player and a great talker as well, and great educator in the game.
Yeah, she does a lot now with
99.
the youth system, doesn't she?
It's not just about these ladies showing what they can do on the dartboard, but it's how they show themselves on
140.
camera and how eloquent they are, and they're better than ever.
Well, it's massive for the next generation of young women that we can get, and young lads, of course, that we can
140.
get involved in our sport. It's one good thing that you have to applaud the PDC and the JDC, and the
100.
ADC, of course. It's all about they're constantly thinking, right, where is the next one going to come from? Well, I think we may have seen one today in Dylan Slevin.
Potentially. You have to applaud
100.
Sherrock
Fallon, you
in
require
getting to this
80.
position, a match-winning position. And it's double 10. That'll
Game,
work.
Shots,
What
and
a
the
great
match.
performance
Fallon
from
Sherrock.
Sherrock, who puts in a 91-plus average and defies a 96-plus average from her opponent. He got one shot at a double in the whole match, but look at Sherrock. Hits 4 from 6, including that 121 out on the double 18. That was an exceptional performance and all about timing her shots, because she suffered the other side of the timing against Danny van Tripe a little bit earlier. We're going to get Dylan Slevin in his second game, and he's up against Danny van Tripe after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Fallon Sherrock get her first win in Group C here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It was a 4-1 win for her over Ciaran Teehan. Interestingly, the last time she averaged in excess of 90 was back in June at the Women's Series. Unfortunate there for Ciaran Teehan that she managed to produce those levels. As you can see, 4 out of 6 on the outer ring, and that doubling under pressure, it really is one of her biggest strengths, isn't it?
It really is, and she showed it there. But I think the thing about that game is she had the darts and she was able to command the timing of the game. If she didn't have the darts in that match, it would have been very, very different had Ciaran Teehan got more than one shot at a double. But the way she was able to command that stage with that performance was really good to see.
And you mentioned that Ciaran did just get the one dart at the outer ring in that match, despite averaging for large spells of that match over 10 points more than Fallon Sherrock in that one. It just shows that her finishing when it needs to be. But how much confidence do you think they'll give her after that first performance?
I think she should feel very, very confident with the 2 performances, even though she lost to Danny by 4 legs to 0. She didn't play poorly at all. The delivery of the darts was good. She looks focused as ever, and I think this will be really good for her. But the whole group, I've been very impressed with the standard so far. It looks like everybody's here to play.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Ciaran Teehan, that is now 2 defeats for him, but there are plenty of positives, aren't there, for him to take from his performance levels?
There are, but he knows the complexity of playing here for a full week. Losing your first couple of games is not ideal, so he's going to have to put his foot down quickly.
Dylan Slevin, he's up next against Danny van Tripe on debut. Didn't take him too long to settle, did it? With that 12-dart leg to kickstart his campaign here at the Super Series. But I think it's really important what you said about that adrenaline, because so often, I know he went on to lose that match, but so often we see players win their first match on debut, but then have a little bit of a slump. He's going to learn a lot about this Super Series in this next match.
He's going to learn a lot about himself. I think probably in the next couple of years. This is an invaluable experience for him. I was very impressed with him. I think technically, myself and Mace were saying that there's a lot to like. We'll learn more about his mindset going forward, but this is a great experience for him. I don't think he should put any pressure on himself at this time, but the basics, the fundamentals, they're all there.
At 20 years of age, of course, losing that first match in the manner that he did, what would be the one thing that you would say for him to do coming into this one? Just forget about it, clean slate?
Yeah, that's what you've got to do in this format, because if you lose a match, you can't do anything about it. Get rid of it, start again, and remember the things that you were doing right in that first game and try and replicate them.
And of course, he's up against Danny van Tripe, who whitewashed Fallon Sherrock in his opening match. That was really important, you felt, just given the way that his Group A campaign went. We know what he's capable of doing. We've seen him beat Vincent van der Voort on the Pro Tour. We know that he's got that in his locker, but it's great that he showed it up there.
I think the biggest thing that's happened to him this week was winning that match with that amount of pressure on him after losing 12 straight. That tells me something about him, and it should tell him something about himself. That's the most important thing.
And wasn't his highest average that we've seen here this week, but would you say that's the most focused we've seen him at the back end of legs?
Unquestionably. I think there was going to be a lot of people tuning in this morning because it's Fallon's first match, and Danny was able to put a stamp of authority for himself on that and give himself a really good shot of winning this group.
Right then, let's get into our 6th match of this morning session. It is Danny van Tripe up against Dylan Slevin.
Thanks, Abby. Yep, and a chance for Dylan to pick up his first win of the session after losing his opening match narrowly to Adam Atkinson by 4 legs to 3. Did average 91.22. And that's right up there in terms of winning averages today. The other winning averages, 89.68 for Adam Atkinson. Danny van Tripe, 89.73. Carl Wilkinson, 91.09. And then Fallon there with a 91.32. Interesting. We just got a
First leg,
lovely
it's Dylan
message
to
from
throw first.
Niall
Game
Cullerton
on.
with reference to the start that Dylan made to the match, where he hit a 180 and 2 140s in the leg. Well, Niall Cullerton done exactly the same on his debut here.
135.
Niall, a firm favourite of all of us here at the Super Series. We wish him all the very best from
100.
all of us here at the Live Lounge in Q School in January, and wishing him a great Christmas as well.
180.
And And we eventually nailed it down, didn't we? We thought, it
30.
was definitely someone that was, I just couldn't get it out there, but we've nailed it down who this man looks like.
100.
Whose throws pretty much identical.
Well, I'm not taking credit for it. And I could easily sit here and say that I came up with this.
100. Dylan, you
but I
require
didn't.
86.
Because we had a tweet from KWin180. I think he's called Ciaran. Alan Glazier.
Yep.
That was the
Game
person
shot
I
the
was
first
thinking of, but I
leg.
just couldn't
Dylan
figure it out.
Slevin.
And the man who was nicknamed the Ton Machine back in the
Second leg,
1980s,
it's
one
Danny to
of
throw
the most
first.
iconic
Game
dart
on.
players from that era. I think Mr. Old School here, Dylan Slevin,
100.
I think he's got a bit of Ton Machine about him. Thanks for getting in touch, by the way. Ciaran, really nice to hear from you.
Yeah, the man in black, Alan Glazier.
140.
What a player who's sorely missed, who passed away not that long ago. Always used to
95.
pop into the World Match Play. It was always a pleasure to spend some time with Alan. A real legend, a real gentleman as well of the sport.
100.
He was known as the best left-hander in the world before some others came along, like Martin Phillips and
James Wade.
James Wade. Funny enough, James was introduced to
81.
Alan Glazier once. Oh, this is Alan Glazier, and James didn't have a clue who he was. I have no words to that.
James
100.
it's just not particularly, didn't really sort of follow it or look at the history of the sport.
I've got a great story for you in that regard.
140.
James Wade went into a
Dylan,
boots
you
one day
require
in Cobham.
161.
There was a certain footballer in there. Went, all right, Wadey. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. Yeah.
97.
You playing darts?
Danny,
well, at
you
the minute?
require
Yeah, pretty good.
85.
I said, oh, good. Yeah, see you later. He turned around and said, who was that? Yeah, it was John Terry. John Terry.
60. Dylan, you require 64.
He started with a 12 darter in his opening game, did Dylan. He backed it up with a 15.
Game
Guess
shot on
what?
the second
Darting
leg.
deja
Dylan
vu
Slevin.
for Dylan Slevin, 12 and 15. But at this point was where it all went a little bit Pete
Third
Tom.
leg, it's Dylan to throw first.
Well,
Game on.
the first movie didn't go according to the script, but maybe in his sequel game, it will be better for Slevinator 2.
60.
A lot of people think that Terminator 2 is better than the original. That's an argument for another day. What can Dylan Slevin do now that he's
85.
got the 2-0 lead? That is what we're talking about. Can he damage the healthy position that Danny gave himself after beating Fallon by
100.
4-0 in match 1?
Well, talking of Fallon, I was interested on your point about when she went 54 for double 2. So I
100.
next door out of curiosity, and I actually asked her, I said, do you actually aim for the 54? And her idea behind it just keeps her more focused
140.
on the big number by staring down the treble. She said, if I hit it, I don't mind. It doesn't bother me.
Well, Dylan and Fallon have
81.
actually got something in common today. They're using the same points, which look a little bit sparkly.
Yeah, that's due to their
105.
coating, isn't it? It's very much like the stone grip coating, isn't it?
65.
Can he get a
Dylan,
3-0
you require
lead?
96.
Well, you think he may have 6 at it. Ooh, aggressive.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
boy.
third leg.
Is there anything
Dylan
this young man
Slevin.
can't do? He
Look
didn't
at
even
me.
need to go that route.
15, 12, 12, 15 and 15,
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw
107.36.
first. Game on.
He is continuing in the vein he started both matches, but this
140.
time continuing into leg 3.
I've had a tweet from somebody from Cork called Peter. Loving the comms, he says. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
56.
And apparently in Cork they have a saying called "I will ya," which means "no, they won't." Well,
96.
can you give me the Cork phrase for "yes, he will"? Because right now he's doing everything right.
100.
The more I look at it, the more it is a young Alan Glazier. If you do social media and you want to get in touch with us, at
171.
MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Just use the hashtag Super Series.
134. Danny requiring
This is a
94.
great response from Danny, this. I mean, he's using plan B to perfection down in the 19s to leave that 94.
70.
What? Why does he keep hitting double 16 on 56?
Unlike Fallon, who does cite the 54, I can assure you he's not citing the 32.
96. Danny
Maybe
requiring
because
24.
he hit it earlier. He's done it again.
Game
No
shot on the
hesitation.
fourth leg.
Let's
Danny
be
Van
on
Tripe.
56 watch for DVT, because if he leaves it again, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets quite close to that 32 bit.
Fifth leg, it's still into
That was a
throw
13
first.
darter there from
Game on.
Danny Van Tripe.
I always advise aiming for the biggest area of your target, but oh, look at this.
177.
Wow. This kid is good. I say kid. You're well.
100.
We can see it.
Yeah,
He's
I
a
can say
kid.
it. In darting terms, he very much is.
100.
He's got plenty of time to get himself in the sort of nick that he would need to maybe grace a Q school in
60.
the next few years. I don't think he's the kind of player, based on the information that I've gathered this morning from someone who was very close to him,
50.
he's not going to rush it, which
No.
is something I like to hear.
No, well, it's a typical youngster's mentality, isn't it? They want it all and they want it
95.
now, but yeah, he'd probably be served better to have another year and just do the challenge tour, and if that goes well, take the invites into the pro tours.
96.
Do I dare mention that word, develop?
Yeah, I know, yeah. Well, that's it for me. That's what they're there for, and I think when used correctly,
60. Dylan,
I'm
you
not gonna go
require
down the route of
78.
development players having tour cards, because that makes absolutely no sense.
Leave tops. That makes sense.
38.
Well, if he hits tops, he's going to end up with a 100-plus average, which will be his highest recorded official average. And it's just taken him 2
Dylan,
games
you
to do
require
so under the
40.
lights.
And considering how good the darts have been
Game,
today,
shot,
that
and
is
the match.
remarkable.
Dylan Slevin.
Dylan Slevin has put in a 102.43 average in his second game, with 80% on the checkouts. Yeah, I think we might have unearthed something here. Slevin is going to take some stopping if he can continue to play in that manner. We will talk about the Group C table when we return, because we have finished 2 rounds now, and we will go into the middle section of the day when we come back, as Fallon Sherrock comes straight back to the hockey to take on the big man from Barnsley.
Well, we said we'd learn a lot about youngster Dylan Slevin throughout the course of this Group C campaign, and we certainly learned in that last match that he's not really fazed by much at all, picking up his first 2 points with our first ton-topping average in Group C, a 4-1 win for him in that one over Danny van Tripe. Just like in his opening match, starting with a 12-dart leg, followed by back-to-back 15s. Missed just one dart at a double in that match. As I mentioned, our first ton-topping average of the day, and a cracking 4-1 win for the young Irishman in that one. An average of 102.5 in that one, the best we've seen so far today. Danny van Tripe not doing much wrong himself. 1 out of 2 on the outer ring for him. No 180s from him in that one. 1 for Dylan Slevin. We can take a look then at the league table at this early juncture in Group C. And it is, of course, Carl Wilkinson who is up next against Fallon Sherrock, who leads the way on 4 points at the moment. Fallon Sherrock on 2 points. One of four players on 2 points at the moment, and she takes on Carl Wilkinson in the next match. Wilkinson winning his opening 2 matches this morning. He's looking very good indeed, isn't he? 57% checkout success in his opening match, a 91 average and a 4-0 win then in his second match. Here we can see him getting over the line in that match against Adam Atkinson in that second match that he played in. But his opponent, of course, Fallon Sherrock, she's not playing too badly herself this morning, is she? A really convincing display against Ciaran Teehan a little earlier on. 4 out of 6 on the doubles, including this superb 1-2-1 checkout as well. So can Fallon Sherrock join Carl Wilkinson on 4 points, or will Wilkinson extend his lead at the top of the Group C table? Let's hand back over to our commentary team to find out.
Welcome to round 3. And this time, Fallon comes back for a very different challenge in Carl Wilkinson, because he is the only undefeated player in this group after 2 rounds. Yes, he did get a little bit fortunate against Ciaran Teehan in the very first game, but after that, it was an excellent display in beating Adam Atkinson by 4-0. But since then, we've seen Sherrock win against Van Tripe, against Tian, I do beg your pardon. And the performance of the day from young Dylan Slevin. I've got to be honest, Mace, I'm loving what I'm seeing today.
Absolutely.
100.
Everybody has stepped up to the plate, haven't they?
There's one thing I've been loving, just waiting to ask you this.
64.
How do you grade Fallon's throw?
I think it's the fundamentals. I think they're right up there, and I think that
60
is a testament to what she's achieved.
And it's also evolved, because if you look at her early lakeside days,
100.
that set position was much further from her face.
Yep.
As that throw has become more compact over time, she has improved.
45.
She's found another level.
Yeah, and I think, well, as we know, a player always evolves, and I think there's a lot more. It's a lot deeper on the backswing,
100.
which means she doesn't have to force it. She just lets the weight of throw and the smoothness and the extension of the release.
And we have 2 players here who don't fiddle around with their equipment too much. You've seen Fallon playing with these sort of middle weighted darts. They taper towards the stem
100.
and the point. Actually very similar to a Russell Stewart dart.
I mean, it's, you know, you always get people who will always criticise and say, "Oh, well, it's short course."
98. Fallon,
Let's
you
not forget, in the
require
quarterfinals of the
137.
Grand Slam a couple of years ago, she took Peter Wright all the way over a match that I think it was
30 legs.
30 legs
97. Carl, you
deep,
require
and
140.
she was averaging nearly a ton. Well, I don't care who you are, man, woman, child,
40. Fallon, you
alien.
require 40.
If you can do that over that distance under that
Game
pressure
shot on the
against
first leg.
one of the
Fallon
greatest
Sherrock.
players of the modern era, then you deserve respect, surely. But as always, it's always
Second leg,
the
it's
people
Fallon
that
to
have
throw
never
first.
played at
Game
this
on.
level are the ones that are overcritical, which is staggering, really.
Well, let me reinforce something else. If we talk about
60.
Tian, who she's already beaten today, He's the only person in this group who's won under this roof. That was on the very first night.
140.
Only one other person in this group has won in what was called the Live League. And she won week 2 of phase 3 last
100.
year. And then returned to the Champions Week and only just lost in the final.
Yeah, just edged out.
So from a performance perspective in their Super Series careers,
140.
probably have to say that Fallon is the best player in this group.
In terms of a proven track record, absolutely. Back-to-back 140s in the leg for Wilkinson.
A lot of people have actually said to me over the last 6 months as well, she's not even close to her prime yet.
100.
She's been around forever.
But again, what I've mentioned on many times, people have a
135. Carl, you require 121.
I hate the response and vitriol towards her to almost make her maybe think again about her future in the darts, and what a great loss if she decided to walk away.
Absolutely. Well said.
And that, you know, I speak to Fallon a lot, and I say, just get yourself a Nokia 3310 and avoid
59.
social media.
Fallon, you require 66.
It's going to be treble 10 here. She loves double 18. And she's going to leave it with one dart in hand. That's why.
The second leg.
And
Fallon
let's
Sherrock.
not forget, it was that double that created that history at the Palace. She adores the top right corner. It's just a really good sweet spot in front of her eye. And the undefeated Wilkie has got problems with Sherrock 2-0 up.
Yeah, double 18 is almost one of those sort of autopilot shots. She just stares it down. She knows where it is. It's all about muscle memory. Not bad around this bit either.
180.
I remember after the Alexandra Palace exploits, she was on
96.
my board at Q School straight after. I was actually sitting with her the whole time, with her and Lorraine Winstanley, Anastasia, and Lorraine Winstanley, and a few other people as
60.
well. Jeff Smith was sitting with us. And good luck to Jeff if he's tuning in. He's at the Worlds trying to save his tour card. Good luck to him. But she was great company. But
60.
we actually played each other, and she gave me a proper bashing.
Yeah, there was talk of Lisa and Bo
60.
and Fallon playing around the same time as I planned to have my week. I did instruct the powers that be, no chance. Absolutely
58.
no chance. I've watched the progression of Bo Greaves, and we already know the credentials Lisa and Fallon carry, and I was like, no.
135.
I'm not doing it. I'd love to have been as good as Bo at my best.
Fallon, you require 66.
Never mind now.
Oh, look, it's the same number. Same route. Darts is about repetition, right? And there is repetition. And she doesn't look bored of it. 3-0 up. Wilkinson has not even had a shot at a double. Sherrock hasn't missed him.
Fourth leg, it's Fallon to throw
that was me.
first.
I'd be giving it the big fist. Get up there.
She's not like that, though.
Yeah, but there's not even a flicker. This is expected, and this is when you know quality.
Here's me in my very comfy seat in the commentary box. When she's hit those 2 treble 20s, I'm actually pointing to the floor. It's a somewhat instant reaction when I think that somebody should switch. Don't listen to me.
$58.
You think Ricky Evans is watching? You should be, Ricky.
Well, Carl's rapid, so...
85.
Well, not as rapid Ricky, but he doesn't hang about.
Sometimes you need a very big raft to go down the rapids.
96.
Well, you need a bit of patience as well. And one thing that Carl will be, if he loses this match, is very philosophical. It'll just be one little blip.
Fallon, you require
plenty of opportunities to put things right. But you never know. You can still win a match from this position.
Absolutely. And we
49.
know that Carl doesn't have any quit in him.
136.
I don't know any men from Yorkshire who have any quit.
No, good point. Well made.
58. Fallon, you require
Well, be almost
118.
fitting for 315 darters on the spin, but now that's difficult.
48 bull. Maybe it should have been.
94.
It's a good
Carl,
leave,
you
though.
requires 78.
Puts pressure on the 78. This is to stay in the match and avoid a bageling.
2 6s.
66.
Did I just invent a word?
Fallon, you
Bageling?
require 24.
2 6s for Fallon. Gonna have to go high.
Game,
High
shots,
enough.
and the match.
A 4-0
Fallon
win.
Sherrock.
And all of a sudden, we now have 2 players on 4 points. Both of the players from the stage have those points. But the person with +3 in leg difference now is Sherrock, after averaging 16 darts per leg with 67% on the doubles. If she can replicate that for the rest of the day, she will not be far away from the top 2. What a great backup performance after getting her first win of the day. It's going to be Van Tripe against Atkinson after the break, and these guys know plenty about each other from this week already.
Well, Fallon Sherrock has certainly found her range here at the MODUS Super Series, hasn't she? A 4-0 whitewash victory over Carl Wilkinson in that last match. In the first 3 legs, the Queen of the Palace was 3 out of 3 on the outer ring. Wilkinson not even afforded a dart at double in those opening 3. An average just shy of 94 in the end. She always seemed in control of that one, didn't she? And Carl Wilkinson, who'd won his opening 2 matches, as you can see, just those 2 darts at double in leg 4 of that match. In her last 2 games then, she's dropped just a single leg. A superb display from her in that one. And as you can see, 4 out of 6 on the outer ring yet again from Fallon Sherrock in that one. She's certainly putting down a bit of a marker here in Group C. Next up then, we've got Adam Atkinson against Danny Van Tripe, 2 players who've already met 3 times this week. And in the head-to-head from Group A, it is 2-1 in favour of Adam Atkinson. Danny victorious victorious on the Monday before Atkinson took the next 2 meetings between them. They're both looking for their second wins here in Group C. Van Tripe blown away slightly, wasn't he, by Slevin in his last match, having got off to a really, really good start in his opening match of the day. Atkinson missing all 5 of his attempts at the outer ring in his 4-0 defeat to Carl Wilkinson the last time out. Who then is going to pick up the points in this one? Let's hand back over to Nico and Mace and find out.
Thanks, Abby. Well, can only sit back and applaud the performances from Sherrock in her last 2 matches. Myself and Nico were just discussing that how mentally strong she is on the back of a 4-0 defeat when she averaged 83-33 against that man there, Danny Van Tripe. The response has been exceptional, Nico.
Especially on the outer ring. 67% for 2 matches, not just 1.
And dropping just 1 leg in the process. An aggregate score in her last 2 matches of 8-1, winning 4-1 and 4-0 against a very good Ciaran Teehan, who averaged 96-84 against her and was reduced just to 1 dart at a double. Carl Wilkinson only had 2.
Well, that's how you win darts matches, isn't it? You stop your opponent from getting shots. But they do have a results sheet up on the wall
85
in the practice room, and these guys will know some of the performances that Fallon has put in, and in fact the performances from Slevin. This is a very important game all of a sudden, especially for Atkinson, who has a leg difference of -3. You might think it's strange that I'm talking about leg difference already, but it's only 5 matches per player over 2 days. If you lose your way over the next couple of hours, you're going to be booking a ticket home.
Yeah, leg difference always plays its part on over these 2-day sessions, Group C and this evening's Group B. And I think Abby had put it right. They've both put down a bit of a marker. They both said to the rest of the field, right then, bring it.
60.
Who did you tip to get through this group? Because I went for Tian. He's got no points. So don't listen to me when it comes to tips. And I went for
100.
Wilkinson. So that one's looking a bit better.
I can't remember. And that's not because I was massively wrong either. I'll have to watch the footage back.
I can neither confirm or deny. You sound like you're in front of a Senate hearing, mate.
I'm taking the 5th. No comment. No, I honestly
94.
don't know. I think I said Dylan and Fallon.
Genius.
Well, I was waxing lyrical about our Super Saturday. Well, of course, we do have the matter of a little football game against the French on Saturday, followed by the Super Series. Well, our boss has just informed me, listen, it's all about the Sunday. It is, of course, the Super Series Christmas party, which I am very much looking forward to.
I can't make it.
I know. I'll drink yours.
129.
You're wondering why? It's because I'm a workaholic.
133.
And I have to be somewhere else. 2nd year in a row I've missed the party as well.
43.
I was in
As
a
in
hospital
required
last
40.
year. Unbelievable.
That's right.
Double top. That's again that dart that seems to dive at the end.
And we both agree that's a timing
Gain shot
issue,
on the
but
first
nothing wrong with
leg.
that. 18 dart hold
Atkinson.
despite the max from Danny.
Is there a piece of equipment out there that
Second
could
leg,
correct
it's
that
Danny
for
to
him?
throw
Because
first.
we've
Gain
seen a dart created recently which is dual weighted with heavier bits at the front
100.
and lighter towards the back. In contradiction to that piece of equipment, do you think he would benefit from having weight towards the middle or the back?
No, I think it's more a timing issue.
81.
So it's not the equipment, it's a technical issue.
Yeah, because the angle of entry with the dart is very, very consistent, which, I mean, it is a lovely throw. Look at that. A little bit of body movement. And when there is that little bit of shock in the shoulder is when he gets a low one, which makes me believe it is just it's a point of
39.
release issue.
So for the dart going too low, he's letting go of the dart too late. Hence,
Dragging.
the shoulder shock is actually trying to
60.
save the shot at the very last moment.
Correct, which is why we see sometimes the rotation of the wrist, or with Martin, that lift upon, you know, where we always say point at the target. Sometimes when you know you've let go a little bit too early, you're trying to adjust it on the fly when it's too late.
A bit like Richie Burnett when he has a dart that comes out too late, but it looks like he's been electrocuted.
57.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm so pleased for Richie. Back in the Worlds.
Oh, it's going to be so much fun. Can you imagine the walk-on? And he does his little hands to the side thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait.
100. Danny require 104.
Still very capable. In that qualifying, he averaged 110 in the penultimate match to get through. So there's still a high level in the locker.
56.
for Richie Burnett, and we've seen plenty of it before he got his tour card back here in the Super Series.
Adam's had a 156 today with 2 of those. And he should stay there for double 11. This looks good.
120.
Give it a really good look.
Danny require
And again, no weight of throw issue with that double 11. The weight of throw was perfect. The line wasn't, and he is
Game shot on the
punished.
second leg. Danny Van Tripe.
Well, back-to-back holds of throw, both won in 18 darts. We've got a level game here.
Third leg, it's
This
Adam
is
to throw first.
Match
Game
number
on.
8 of 15 from this Group C. But don't forget, more darts this evening from 10 o'clock. Is the football back tonight?
No.
Oh, well, at least you've got some sport for you this
40.
evening. Some
Well, we were
live
watching a bit
action.
of football in the house last night. We watched a bit of Charlton
Yeah,
against Stockport County.
Tony O'Shea's team. I wonder if Tony was there
100.
last night.
Yeah, I think the less said about the Charlton.
What was the end score?
Well, it was 3-1 when I left it, and that
Oh.
was towards the 90th minute. And one of our backroom staff is actually a Charlton fan, so we better talk very quietly.
81.
It just so happens that Adam Atkinson, who's wearing Hartlepool-esque colours today, he's actually wearing Stockport County colours as well. So
Yeah.
that just makes
60.
our backroom staff member feel a little bit worse.
Yeah,
But
the blue of Stockport County.
the one person who will feel a lot worse is if Van Tripe loses this game, because he's already 2-1 down to Atkinson this week via losses of 4-0 and 4-3 the last couple of days. But it was a very different story on Monday when DVT won by 4 legs to 2.
100.
But he did have a 12-match losing streak going into what was a very good first performance of Thursday. He's looking to do exactly what Tian did when he won here in the previous
81.
Super Series, and he's looking to do exactly what Graham Usher did last week, finishing bottom of Group A and ended up being the last man standing at the end.
140.
Yeah, Graham Usher safely through to Champions Week and a step closer to picking up that fabulous £20,000 check.
123. Danny require 101.
Have you got one of them big checks, Nico?
I haven't.
I want one.
What does Matthew Edgar call them?
61.
novelty
Adam, you
check.
require 87.
But he's got some. This is the 3rd time that Adam Atkinson's been on 87 as a checker already today. This time it's the bull.
62.
The line was okay.
Danny, you require 40.
Just dragged a little. This is for a break of throw.
Game shot on the third leg.
Definitely a little bit
Danny
better than
Van
the last
Tripe.
couple of days. He has been going round the houses a bit from tops to 10s to 5s.
Well, he's been creating opportunities. He's just
Fourth
not been
leg,
able
it's
to
Danny
take them.
throw
He's
first.
doubling
Game on.
over the course of the 3 days of Group A. 25%.
55.
That's why he found himself bottom. He hit 14 180s, only bettered by 2 other people, and that was Ciaran Teehan, who we will see this evening, and Ben Robb, who hit
60.
23.
Jeroen Mioch is actually in the building. He's here
Is he watching?
supporting Danny.
Oh, lovely.
He's sitting up on the balcony,
140.
being very quiet and just watching the action. Can't get enough of it, you see.
Yeah, we do have an area where players, if they want to come back in and watch the action, can sit. Literally up there in the gods. And we are in a church.
180.
And that 180 was godlike.
It was so funny a little bit earlier on when a couple of the new players today were having a throw on the stage. And there is an intercom system from the production area. And he said, okay, you've had your practice starts. You can go back to the practice room now. And it almost sounds as if some sort of celestial being is in the building.
140. $55. Adam, you require 121.
This is a bit of breathing space. 6 darts for 121. He's been involved in a lot of close games this week, as Adam. He's had to work very hard for the legs that he's got.
59.
A lot of people might have gone for the bullseye with the last dart, just trying to take the bullseye out of, or should I say the treble to double combination out of the
86.
equation. Because if he'd got a 25,
62.
he'd be sitting on single to double combo. As it stands, he gets the treble anyway. Full credit to him if he gets this double 16.
30.
Very unlucky.
Danny, you require 107.
This could be the beginning of the end of this one. Tops.
87.
Was he leaning on that third
32.
dart? Is that why he's missing it low on combinations?
Almost walking into the
Game
shot.
shot on the fourth leg.
That is
Adam Atkinson.
a break back with a max, a 16 dart break back. And we've got a level game. Just to mark your card, this is week
Fifth leg,
7
Adam to throw
of
first.
12 weeks of
Game
qualifying. This is a 13-week cycle. Week 1, Jim McEwen defeated Scott Walters in the final. Week 2, Alexander Merckx defeated Robert Rickwood in the final. Week 3, Justin Smith
42.
defeated Martin Adams in the final. Week 4, Colin Osborne got the better of Aaron Monk. Week 5, Jamie Kellen defeated Richard Parkin. And just last Saturday night, Graham Usher got the better
40.
of James Richardson. So we've got 6 of our 12 qualifiers. Week 13 is Champions Week, where all 12 go in the hat and battle it out for the £20,000 first prize. And to join Conan Whitehead on that trophy.
137.
Considering the amount of players that we've had in Super Series 2 and some others from Super Series 1 that haven't played yet, you think we should start our own sticker album? I wonder how popular that would be. And who would be that glorious, shiny sticker that nobody can find?
99.
It would have to be somebody really unusual. Who would that be?
Stop looking at me, mate. Stop looking at me.
No. Everybody knows who you are, but you've got to have one really unusual shiny. It was always the Manchester United shiny from the late 80s. That was the golden goose of the sticker album.
Yes.
23.
Ruben.
I kind of like the idea of a Robert Rickwood shiny.
Yeah, Charlotte's little boy. He's just
100.
mad about the World Cup, so it's all the sticker albums, and he is great at getting the stickers, opening them, and then I end up having to put them in the album.
We should have done an advent calendar for sure.
Yeah, maybe next year. That'd be a great idea. We are playing, of course, all the way up until the 17th of December.
Danny, you require 161.
Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrant taking you through all the action next week.
I like this player. He's very aware of where he stands. He's seen Atkinson leave 159, and at no point did he think, I'm going for the bull. I'm going to set it up, and I'm going to come back. And this time he's going to go for tops. Hopefully not walking after it.
58.
Tends to do it on dart
Danny,
3.
40.
Throw it tops like it's dart 1 or dart 2. It would have been so ironic if he'd have hit it with dart 3.
20.
He doesn't hit anything.
Yeah, next year an electronic advent calendar. And each day will be one of our favourite shots out of the year.
That's a good idea. A good idea to hit the 57 here. And the double 12.
89.
Maybe our
Danny,
favourite legs of the year, our
20.
favourite moments. I'm on that.
Mine was it a 36 starter for Daryl Pilgrim? That would be in there.
10. Adam, you require
But that
12.
wasn't funny for Danny. A leg where he should have easily gone to 3-2 up. He could find himself 3-2 behind. Just glance that one.
Ooh, double one, and there's another one of those low
10.
darts.
Danny, you require 10.
That's the only way you can miss the double six and still wind up with something, unless you hit the single six.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
That's a bit of a dodge.
Danny Van
And
Trijp.
23 darts is enough to take a 3-2 lead.
And it was a break, so he has the honour to win it here in leg 6.
6th leg, it's Danny to
Aaron's
throw first. Game on.
ball finishes would be in there for next year.
121.
9 darter from Conor Heenahan.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of Ireland, if you like Irish darts, you might want to stay tuned to the next match, because match 9 will see Tian versus Slevin in the INDO
140.
derby match.
Yeah, now, are they vying for second spot in that rankings, or are they trading spots 1 and 2?
They're currently running 1 and 2.
140.
Slevin is
Ooh.
second. Tian is first.
Ooh.
So, yeah, Dylan said there's a bit of tension between the two. I think he meant in the fact that they both want to win it. I don't
Yeah,
think there's any animosity between the two before
Absolutely
anybody
not.
goes there.
180.
Well, backs up a 140 with a 180 when he really, really needs it.
58.
Quality stuff here from Adam Atkinson.
I had a bit of a rankings battle with somebody from Hartlepool a few years ago when I was playing Super League for the White House in Ashington. And Paul Jennings
62.
was playing for, I think it was the Bedlington Station Club. And
No
we were both
ball
vying
well.
for the top of the averages at the time, and we were both playing brilliantly at the time. What a player, Paul Jennings.
Very
Oh,
good.
165.
didn't he?
yeah, a couple
Adam,
of
you require
quarterfinals. Yeah.
119.
It's needed.
Game
And it's
shot on the
found.
6th leg.
That's
Adam
fabulous from Atkinson to take us the way of 7 legs.
Well, 90 was at a 12 darter. It was the
7th and final leg. It's Adam to
essential
throw
breaker
first.
throw.
Game on.
Best leg of the match so far, and a 4th consecutive breaker throw. Can he hold and pick up the win?
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned that
97.
Glenn Durrant will be here next week. He might be quite disappointed that he's not here with Adam Atkinson here. I think he knows a lot about him. I don't think anybody knows
60.
as much about Teesside darts as Glenn.
And of course, accepted his invitation to the World Seniors. That gets underway in February next year. Ideal for a
100.
Christmas present, or maybe a birthday present. Starts, well, it's on the first week of February, starting on the 9th. isn't it?
24.
That rings a bell.
Tickets available via Dart Shop TD, starting at just £10, but there is an option to go VIP and enjoy the company of some serious legends in John Lowe and Dennis Priestley.
Are you trying to tell
45.
me that on February 9th it could be tungsten time?
I think it is tungsten time.
59.
Could be tungsten time against Taylor for yours truly.
What
I've
could
got
possibly
so
go
many-
wrong?
I've got so many happy memories of that.
Well, you saw Kevin Painter get some redemption last year, or should I say earlier this year.
Yeah, it's gonna be
59.
a fabulous lineup as well. John Part, Robert Thornton, Martin Adams, Trina Gulliver, Lisa Ashton. As I said, Glenn Durrant, Kevin Painter,
44.
David Cameron, and many, many others. It is a real serious lineup this year.
I still remember that crowd when Manley was walking out with Taylor.
84.
What a thing to see.
Well, my favourite memory of, well, there's two. Bob Anderson, another player, will also be there.
60.
Bob Anderson
Adam, you
walking
require
on with the horse.
116.
A cowboy who's scared of horses. He couldn't make it up. And of course, that 97 semi-final between the late, great Eric Bristow against Phil Taylor. What a night that was. The atmosphere was like nothing else I've ever experienced.
76.
If I had a time machine and I had the sports almanac, like the Biff Tannen lookalike Danny Van Tripe was had all week,
Adam, you require
I'd go
40.
back in time to that moment. I'd love to have been there. I was only 18 and I had no way of getting there, but wow. Is this wow for a 4-3 win and a third win against Van Tripe this week? Yes, it is.
Shot, and the match.
Much needed
Adam
as well for
Atkinson.
Atkinson to get to 4 points. And after a solid start for Van Tripe against Sherrock earlier, things have gone a little bit sideways as he remains on 2 points and his leg difference will be all square now. But Atkinson, he's now on 4 alongside Wilkinson and Sherrock. And we will take a bit of a break from those players now because it's going to be an all-Irish battle when we return between Slevin and Tian. Let battle commence after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Adam Atkinson come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Danny Van Tripe. It's the third victory from 4 meetings between this pair for Adam Atkinson this week. It wasn't the highest quality encounter we've seen today, but despite missing 12 darts at double, Atkinson came through in a decider. For the Dutchman, well, the day started so well. He looked incredibly focused, but he started to tail off slightly, which will be a concern. 3 out of 14 on the outer ring for Van Tripe in that one. As you can see, the high checkout of 119 for Atkinson in that one as well. And he's looking very, very good indeed. Next up, we've got Ciaran Teehan against debutant Dylan Slevin. And you feel this battle between the 2 young Irishmen is one that both will certainly want to come out on top in. Ciaran Teehan, who hasn't done a great deal wrong so far today, but finds himself at the bottom of the table looking for his first win in Group C. He takes on debutant Dylan Slevin, who's delivered the performance of the day so far, a 102.4 average in his win over Danny van Tripe. There you can see him, a 4-1 victory in that one for him. A really, really impressive display, the best we have seen so far in Group C. Who's going to pick up the points in the battle of the Irish youngsters then? Let's hand back to our commentary team for this one.
I don't know about all of you watching in today, but I think this game has got a lot of potential. And there are definitely bragging rights on the line. And I've been super impressed with Dylan Slevin so far. And I have to echo what Abby's just said about the 23-year-old from Cork, because he hasn't played poorly today. Just hasn't won. And the fact that he's at the basement of the table tells you a little something.
And in terms of
First
the
leg,
most
it's Ciaran
important
to throw
sport
first.
in Ireland,
Game
the
on.
All-Ireland hurling, these two counties' representatives have 56 All-Ireland titles between them, and
60.
they're part of the big three alongside Kilkenny, of course. And when these two counties get together in
100.
hurling, it is one of the biggest sporting days in Ireland.
You ever been to a hurling match?
I have. I've actually
96.
had a hurley stick on my hand and had a runabout with a few of the Kilkenny players, and have never been more scared in my life.
180.
It is frightening.
You know, when you watch the World Cup and you see them going down like a sack of potatoes, and you think, stick them on a hurling field and see how they'd feel about
100.
that. If you want to see really, really tough guys doing a very precise and fabulous sport, watch hurling. I promise you, it is unbelievable.
The advice, I mean, I'm adorned in all the kit, and the advice was, whatever you do, do not pull out of a tackle, otherwise you will get
95. Dylan, you require
slayed.
81.
And I was like, what? So you've got a 200-pound man running towards you with a piece of timber in his hand that's swinging it wildly, and you want me to step in. I mean, very much like in boxing. It's
41.
the safest place to be.
150.
But no, I lasted all of minutes, and I went, nah, you're all right.
I just like to watch it from the sidelines. Every time the final's on, I always watch it.
90.
Oh,
Dylan, you require
having lived
40.
in Ireland for many years, it's just amazing.
Game shot on the first leg.
Just like that first leg from Dylan Slevin, it's a 13-dot break. Another sign of intent from this young man, who is doing nothing
Second
but
leg,
impressing
Dylan to
everybody
throw
here.
First. Game on.
Well, that opening leg, 1 ton, 1 140, 1 180, 1 double hit in one go.
Just keep doing that.
60.
I know they take some other sports really, really seriously, like Gaelic football, which is superb for me to watch because I'm a big
85.
fan of Australian rules. Very
Yeah, it's
similar
very
game.
Similar, yeah.
Ireland used to send a team to Australia playing a game which was cross-code.
Oh, wow, I
25.
didn't
Every
know
couple of
that.
years, it was tremendous. But then, do you know why it got cancelled for a little while? Because it got too violent.
Oh, well,
Because there was such a rivalry between the two that it usually turned into brawls.
59.
that's fairly acceptable. Like in ice hockey, that's just part and parcel.
Another one of my favourite games. What does that say about me?
60.
He's just gone off the boil slightly, momentarily.
What do you think the mindset of
65.
Tian is right now? Because he's got every right to feel a little bit lost, considering he had a good start against Wilkie earlier, and then he was slayed himself by
140.
Fallon Sherrock. But the best possibility for Ciaran right now is 6
100.
points before the end of the day and 16 in total. But to get that from here would be a big ask, considering
56.
how other people are playing.
Yeah, and Kieran's run-in is one against Danny van Trijp, who seems to have gone off the boil himself, and then
100.
Atkinson in
Dylan,
our
you require
penultimate game.
160.
By the way, if you're wondering about the big three in hurling, it is, of
92.
course, Cork,
Ciaran, you
Tip
require
and
92.
Kilkenny.
I've actually been to Kilkenny and did an exhibition in a club there
Yeah.
on the night they were playing in the final.
Game shot on the second leg.
That's better from Ciaran Teehan. 1-1 in this one. And honestly, you say about being scared about being on the pitch. I was just scared about saying the wrong
to
thing.
Throw first. Game on.
Oh, so many people. Who do you support in the hurl? Kilkenny, of course. They won.
Yeah, well, that's right. I lived for a while. I lived in Wexford as well, initially, which is another big early county. But the rivalry is incredible.
99.
I like this, the countries that have their own sports. You don't just play football or, you know, have Olympic-style sports.
60.
They have their own sport in their own country. And I've watched quite a few documentaries about things like that. A bit like the Highland Games in Scotland. The people who take that seriously.
92.
Now, talk about guys who are made of tough stuff.
Well, the world's strongest man, the Stoltman brothers, of course, from Scotland. They've taken strongman to a
95.
completely different level. And again, you would expect that, especially with that Highland Games, which is all about strength and endurance.
Well, here's
60.
the thing about the reputation of Ireland and darts. If you go anywhere in North America and you say the word darts to somebody there,
42.
they'll think, oh, Ireland. Because they think of that from the immigration point of view, all of the Irish people who went over to the east coast of America, and they took darts with them.
Yeah, well, if you think around Boston, again, which has got a
140.
massive Irish community, the Minuteman League is the biggest league in the world.
There you go. Point proved.
84. Dylan, you require 110.
To take the lead back and for a third consecutive break. Gorgeous start.
Game
Gorgeous
shot
finish.
on the third leg. Dylan Slevin.
That's another 5-visit leg.
We've only had one dart missed at a double in 3.
Fourth leg, it's Dylan
That's
to
been
throw first. Game
A
on.
really interesting scenario today. If you look at all of the games we've had today, Mace, honestly, it's mind-boggling.
140.
I'm seeing 57% to win the first game, 57% to win the second game, 57% to win the third game, 67%
93.
to win the second game for Sherrock, 80% for Slevin. Some of these winning percentages today are outrageous.
60.
Yeah, the combined percentages will be interesting to read at the end of today's play. When you're saying about, you know, countries that have their own sport, of course, darts not dissimilar in terms of different counties or, well, yeah, different counties. They had their own boards, didn't they? But which was synonymous with the area. And you think of places around Leicester, they would throw off from different lengths. And
140.
Oh, I think the bull was calling there.
161.
though it was a good lie, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was an aggressive play, but maybe if Dylan was not on a finish, the aggressive play was right.
60.
But with him on 161 there, maybe the bull was the right call. If he'd have got the 25, he would have had a shot here.
Well, yeah, we'd have seen the 2 treble 20s go in. We'd have
40. Dylan, you require 101.
only 40. So a chance for our first hole to throw 101. They're in a room, albeit a very big one.
Double 12.
77. Ciaran, you require
Really does
135.
attack the targets, doesn't he? There's no floating with Slevin. Treble 20. The ball was open as well.
97. Dylan, you require 24.
He's had a look at it.
Game
But look
shot
at
on the
that.
fourth
Beautifully
leg.
hit from Dylan.
Slevin.
And the number 2 ranked guy, as he said earlier, in the Irish Open
Fifth leg, it's Ciaran
tournaments,
to throw first. Game on.
is taking on the number 1 and winning right now. The game is not over yet.
87. 59.
Seems to be very comfortable with this challenge. I was talking to him earlier and I sensed a few nerves, but he's settled into this challenge very
48.
well.
Yeah. mature beyond his years. As that saying, he's
96.
taken to it like a duck to water, hasn't he? He looks really comfortable. He looks like a player that has the experience here at the Super Series of his opponent.
Yeah, he's a bit like the lead singer of Ultravox. He's very mature. Promise you that's my only dad joke of the day.
60.
Playing at a very high level. So far, he's averaged over 90 in defeat to Adam Atkinson in game 2.
100.
And then that 102 win. And he's around the 90 mark here as well. When you consider that as a running average, it's very
95.
useful.
Ciaran, you require 170.
This time he does leave the 170, but Dylan's not on a finish. And yet again, on approach to a lower number, he's losing the line.
40.
Yeah. And that has opened the door for a 4-1 win. A decent visit here. Needs a treble though. Could go ball.
99.
But the
Ciaran,
treble
you require
left a very doable
130.
92. 130 the number for this man. Got something in his eye.
It's a horrible feeling that
Yeah.
when that happens. The last thing you want to do is throw when you've got something in your eye or if your eye is flickering. Everything seems to be okay. But all may not be okay
53.
with
Dylan, you
his
require
results
92.
after 3 matches post this shot. Beautiful bullseye. Tops.
52.
So well thrown.
Ciaran, you
Yeah.
require 77.
Just marginally. Well, you can't even say it was over pitched. It was thrown aggressively at the double. Oh, 20 and ball.
52.
I thought that was in until it just
Dylan, you
swerved
require
to the right.
40.
Slevin should win the match now.
Game,
And he
shot,
does.
And the match.
With an
Dylan Slevin.
exceptional doubles percentage again. 57% seems to be the number today, if not better. I know he didn't touch that 90 average again, but the biggest problem for Tian is that his average is towards the 80 mark again. He's not getting enough shots at a double, but Slevin is. And he joins the group on 4 points alongside Atkinson, Wilkinson and Sherrock. And 2 of those are going to be playing each other next. Sherrock and Atkinson to start round number 4 after this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And a reminder that all you need to do to book your free tickets for finals night is visit dartshop.tv. But back here in Group C, Dylan Slevin continues to give a fantastic account of himself on his debut day here at the Super Series. He's just come through with a 4-1 victory to get the better of fellow Irishman Ciaran Teehan in that last match. 4 out of 7 on the doubles. Tian just not doing enough in the scoring phase to allow himself a chance at the back end of legs. As for Slevin, superb leg difference, and that 4-1 win means that he is top of the table after 3 rounds of fixtures. 57% checkout success in that last match. As you can see, he is top of the league standings after 3 rounds of games, but 4 players in the table all on 4 points. Very congested indeed. Fallon Sherrock, of course, up next against Adam Atkinson. One of the two will be the first to progress onto 6 points in the league standings. Fallon, who's on 4 points after 3 games, showing incredible resilience really to come back. She's only lost 1 leg in her last 2 matches, having been whitewashed in her opening match of this session. Superb performances from her last 2 matches, averages in excess of 90 in those 2. It's the first time since June that she's averaged in excess of 90, and she's managed to do so in back-to-back games. Really impressive. And she's been 4 out of 6 on doubles in her last 2 matches. Some really impressive finishing. And she takes on another player on 4 points after 3 in Adam Atkinson. He missed 12 darts at double in his last match. He got away with it in that one thanks to finishes like that 119. But I think he's going to need to be more clinical if he's to pick up the 2 points in this one. Lads, what do you think?
Yeah, this is interesting, especially with these two on 4 points each and 2 other players on 4 points as well. If there is to be separation created between the pool of players, no pun intended, because he's called the poolie. If there is separation to be found, with 4 players going forward and 2 players going towards the south of the table, you just wonder if leg difference is going to come into play in around 24 hours' time. These kinds of games now take on extra significance to see who's going to stay at the top. Sherrock has been really good today. Atkinson has been typically stoic and battle-worthy.
Yeah, he sure has. He's just digging in there, isn't he? And Fallon is actually the 8-11 favourite to win this tie.
140.
Darts like that, it's, well, hard to disagree. Even money for this man.
Well, Adam might know quite
100.
well that there is a world master from the ladies in his area, Linda Itherolder.
Wow, that's a couple of years ago, isn't it?
42.
Yeah, great. Servant to darts in the northeast of England, particularly County Durham. Fantastic player.
She really did go under the radar in winning that title.
Yes, she did.
100.
But these two are not going to go under the radar. They firmly want to be one of the little blobs on the radar. What do they call them?
55.
Bogies?
I think you're right. I did watch the new Top Gun movie.
What do you think of it?
Well, the
83.
The actual making of the film was unbelievable, wasn't it? Some of the action shots were just unbelievable, but as a movie, like most
60. Adam, you require
that they tried to
138.
replicate, not as good as the original.
Yeah, the cinematic aspects with the IMAX plane cams were Outrageous.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Does make you wonder what kind of camera angles we could potentially use here at the Super Series, because we're always looking for that improvement. If you have any suggestions, what would you like to see?
140.
Yeah,
Adam, you
always
require
trying to
40.
evolve and improve. Certainly looking to do that throughout 2023 and onwards.
30. Fallon, you require
Here's a chance.
64.
An unlikely looking hold of throw pretty much throughout the majority of this leg. Oops. Oh, she can smile, but will be desperately disappointed.
That's why we've got the wires on the
32.
dartboard
Adam,
to
you
separate
require 10.
the mistakes from the brilliant. And unfortunately, that was a mistake.
Game
That
shot
was
in
not.
the first leg.
And Adam breaks in the
Atkinson.
first leg in 16 darts.
He had a max in the leg as well, which gave him a fair bit of breathing
Second
time.
leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Alan fairly pragmatic in the background. Not one to panic.
$23.
Maybe something like that will always give you a little bit of a push in the right direction. When someone has a dart on the floor, you think, well, I've got to be ruthless from here.
100.
Take advantage of just little things like that. We do have some more action for you from 10 p.m. tonight, so if you are able to join us, we'd love to have you with the likes of Chaz Barstow. You've got the World Championship Indian qualifier coming to join us in Prakash G, where I'm very much looking forward to seeing him. I haven't seen him in a while. Jakes is here, Peter Jakes, back after a weekly win in Super Series 1. And the two graduates from Group A, Jeroen Mioch and Ben Robb, who probably would have won most Group A's had he not run into the juggernaut called Ray Smith.
Well, it's Ben Robb that's called the big rig, but it was Raymond Smith that was the big truck.
140.
Well, big tank. Absolutely mowed the field down. With the exception of Ben Robb, of course.
And he didn't do it quickly. It's actually worse when it's done slowly. Just rolling over nice and slowly. How's that pain feeling? Yeah, pretty uncomfortable.
66.
Yeah, he was fantastic. Pleasure to watch and a pleasure to commentate on.
I wonder what he's doing today.
As was the
137.
surprise package for me in Jeroen Mioch. He was brilliant. It always seems nicer when it's unexpected.
I wonder if he's got another shirt tonight. He's already got 3 strips.
25's the shot.
126. Fallon, you require 102.
You might need this.
Should stay there.
70.
Got her own ways of doing things, but every now and again, I suppose we could put a slightly grey question mark next to some of the tactics. But this is double 4.
Game shot.
It's a 2-0 lead for Atkinson, who backs up the 16 with a 17. That's good, steady play. And that's what he's hoping for, really, in this group. He's the man who's not doing anything spectacular. He's just moseying along, doing his business.
Yeah, Fallon's level has dipped after 2 spectacular performances. She's still averaging 86.5 to Adam's 91.09.
Everybody wants to win every game, Mace, as you know. But the one thing you don't want to happen is another big defeat. She's already wiped out the damage from the first big defeat. The last thing she needs now is another one, because at +3 with 4 points, that's a good position.
Well, we said 6 points wants to be the minimum, and you want to be in a plus in the leg difference, and she's, well, 2/3 of the way there. Her run in.
And she's playing Dylan Slevin last, which is not an easy game. In fact, she's playing her final 2 games in quite close proximity to each other against 2 people who are on the same points.
Yeah, this is it's almost a must-win game, isn't it?
60.
He's lost a throw once again. And it
Yeah,
seems
she's
to me like Atkinson's got his tail up.
Yeah, it's in a whole world of trouble here.
140.
Atkinson takes his average over a ton. And we're at the end of leg 3. This is a good performance.
140.
It's a
Adam, you
fourth
require
140
98.
for Fallon. To Adam's 3. He does have the only 180 of the contest.
Doesn't tend to go double-double unless it's 2 double tops.
86.
But again, it's the miss low.
Fallon, you require
And that was for a
101.
12 and a second break. 45 for 36.
What was clicking earlier has not quite clicked into place in this game.
41. Adam, you require 12.
That can happen. Our players aren't robots.
Be a boring game to watch if it were robots. The unpredictability of human activity. That's why we're watching.
6.
No, I did once remark.
Fallon, you
I'm
require 60.
being interviewed in America about Phil Taylor after he produced some ridiculous darts, and they said, do you think he's human? I said, well,
40.
cut him open, you'll find
Adam, you
wires
require
inside.
6.
Fallon had a chance to get within 1.
Game
That
shot.
was the
on
only
third
chance she had.
leg. Adam Atkinson.
3-0 to the man from the northeast of England. Fallon has got damage
Fourth leg, it's
limitation
Adam to
first
throw
on her
first.
mind.
Game on.
Well, priority number 1 is to win this next leg and get a breaker throw. Then hold. And then the pressure will transfer. From this point,
60.
you throw with freedom. You think, well, that's that then. It's one of those. Almost just begin to trust yourself in this
100.
position. The pressure, even though you're 3-0 up, is all on the player that is 3-0 up.
I mentioned the leg difference of Sherrock
42.
at +3 in direct contradiction to what I said about Fallon. Atkinson is the one on 4 points that really needs to make hay
97.
in the leg count more than anybody else, because he's sitting at -2. A big win here, and all of a sudden things change. He'll be the first person to 6 points. He wouldn't have the best leg difference, but he would definitely jump up that
81.
table. What do you think, Mish? The first dart hasn't really clicked.
58.
She hasn't found that sweet spot with the first one to attack it.
And that is key to the Sherrock game, of course. It's key to most players' game, but some players can nonchalantly just move around that red bit. With Fallon,
134.
it needs to be high in the lipstick and finding it with dart 1. And again, that's a low one. Exactly what you were talking about. And the cover shooting has not been there.
58.
You can see the micro frustration there from the lady in pink. I always said that her group of fans out there should be called the Pink Ladies.
I agree. Perfect.
96.
That Grease, wasn't it?
Yeah.
This has been Grease Lightning from Atkinson. This could all be over in the next turn. 88 for the match,
140. Adam, you
4-0.
require 88.
This is how you win darts matches. You do not give your opponent any chances to fix their problem.
63.
Again, the line's
Fallon,
good,
you require
but
48.
goes a little bit low, and Sherrock has got another chance to get a leg in this contest. And that's awkward.
This will be for the highest finish of the match so far.
16.
Because the highest finish from
Adam,
Atkinson
you
is
require
11.
25.
Well, that's just plain weird. Is it about to change?
9.
No.
Fallon, you require
Lifeline.
32.
Has to be taken. Remember, this is a break of throw opportunity. Timing's gone a little for Fallon.
Different target. Again. And this
Game
time,
shot on the fourth
it is
leg.
taken a little
Fallon
bit around the
Sherrock.
houses. But every now and again, when you're having trouble in a corner of the board, getting that inadvertent
Fifth leg is
single to
Fallon to throw
change your
first.
thinking
Game
and get
on.
something fresh, it can definitely work for you.
Absolutely. So 3 match darts, 1 at the ball and 2 at double 8 for Adam Atkinson.
24.
And again, this can happen. Your timing just goes. Especially one of those sort of lazy, languid throws. The point of release has to be exact.
What do you want for Christmas, Mace? I know it's a little bit of an
100.
out-of-the-blue statement, but...
Maybe an Aston or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, pal.
There goes that idea.
Well, not unless you win the Euro Millions. What is it?
100.
50 million
Oh, was it?
tomorrow night or
Oh.
something.
I might get you some chocolate then.
Just get me a £2.50 ticket for that. And I'll give you half of a lucky dip. I always get that thing where, oh, news about your ticket. And I think, oh, yeah, and it's a lucky dip.
£2.50.
Yeah, or £2.50, correct.
You never know, you might be able to get yourself some Pokemon cards.
134.
That's the kind of thing Fallon would like. She loves her Pokemon stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
she's a
quite a
big fan of it.
collector's thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some big money in the rare cards.
Yeah, I think the most expensive one was bought by a
140.
famous YouTuber.
Yeah, Logan Paul, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
millions of dollars for
yeah,
it.
it was. Who knew?
96. Adam, you require
Another chance to win the match.
127.
Oh, it's been a good response. Ton 134, 140 for Atkinson. He's completely just binned off the disappointment of leg 4. That leaves 66. Treble 10's the shot.
71.
That
Fallon, you
may do.
require
This is a big ask.
147.
Hold the phone.
Again, that was right on the money.
95. Adam, you
Just as
require
she's starting
56.
to rediscover that range a little bit, it might be too late. Double top.
$16.
Job's not done
Fallon,
yet.
you require 52.
And multiple match darts missed in multiple legs. See? Double 8. There you
shot on
go.
the fifth leg.
I told you she'd go
Fallon
treble
Sherrock.
12 on 52.
That silences the doubters.
Sixth leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Oh, that feels good.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
140.
You know what we're talking about, you see?
Well, if we don't by now, we never will. Our stats man did work out the amount
30.
of legs we've covered in the last couple of years, and it's probably almost as many legs as I've played.
And the averages in this one have a little bit of a chasm between them.
134.
Around about 9 points. Sherrock just around about the 80 mark. So it has come down quite a bit, but all due to the fact that the timing of the throw has suffered in the first 3 legs of the contest, but there has been a lot of improvement over the last leg and a half, but just hasten to say maybe she may be giving Adam too many chances to get the match
93.
disposed of.
Yeah, and he eventually will take one of them. And we could have had the perfect 350.
We've only had 2 of them. One of them was hit
96.
against her
Adam, you require
by Andy Jenkins.
134.
Yeah, the 180 followed by the 170. The perfect 6.
That's a nice
Again,
start.
yeah, Fallon's going to have to 56.
Yeah, so obviously he's going double 16 to leave double 12. 'Cause that's what Danny Van Tripe would do. He almost did it. I was only kidding, Adam.
Yeah, Fallon again will have to rely on a mistake.
140. Adam,
She
you
won't go
require
away, though.
40.
She keeps just jabbing him in the ribs every time he's on a match dart.
Game,
Well, this time,
shot, and
he
the
does
match.
get the job
Adam
done.
Atkinson.
On the bright side for Fallon, she did limit the damage to just 2 legs, but it could have been so much worse. Atkinson with a very good display, but he did miss 12 darts at a double, but ultimately getting over the line with a high checkout of 40. That's a good job he won that last leg in a 40 checkout, because his previous highest checkout, like Mace mentioned, was 11. A little bit strange, but he does go to the top of the table on 6 points after the 10th match. After this, we'll get Carl Wilkinson and Dylan Slevin back to the hockey.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Adam Atkinson has just got the better of Fallon Sherrock by 4 legs to 2. Paul Nicholson alongside me to reflect on what we've seen so far in this morning's session. Adam Atkinson, what would you say have been the main improvements from him today from his Group A campaign?
I still don't think he's going to be happy with his overall performance this week, but small bits of his game are starting to come together. And I think his first start at the treble 20 is taking a bit of pressure from the rest of his visits. You saw from that game with Fallon that maybe playing Fallon for the first time in a televised game, just a bit nervous to get over the line, but at least he gave himself the opportunity of multiple legs to do so. I get the feeling if he hadn't hit that double top in the last one, he could have been under the pump in the 7th leg. But he's someone who doesn't give a great deal away. If he's disappointed, he doesn't show it. I think that's his biggest strength.
And a word on Fallon Sherrock then. 4 games in, 3 very good performances, 2 where everything has come together, every single aspect of her game. How do you think she'll reflect on her day so far?
I think she'll be very pleased with how she's played over the course of the games. 1 game left. See how you can get to 6 points. It's a very, very difficult game, though. Got to play Dylan, and he's got a game to come up after this. He's proven to be a very, very good acquisition for the Super Series today.
Most definitely. We can take a little look at the league table because it is Danny van Tripe who is on 2 points at the moment. Of course, Ciaran Teehan yet to get a win on the board. But as for Danny, he's won twice on the Challenge Tour this year, which we know is very, very difficult to do. But what do you think it is, the main ingredient then, that's been missing for him so far this week?
It's a strange one because he started pretty well. Won his very first game of the week, and we thought, well, this is what he does. He obviously loves playing in this format. But when he started to miss doubles on Tuesday, late morning, early afternoon, it seemed to have a real ripple effect on his confidence. Now, confidence cannot be found in its entirety immediately. I put it like a house of cards. It can be lost like that, like the house of cards does completely capitulate. But you have to then build it up one brick at a time after that. And that's what he's doing at the minute. He's stopped getting all of the losses. He's got to win today, but now he's got to get another brick and then just keep building it up.
Yeah, most definitely. The next match we've got coming up for you is Dylan Slevin up against Carl Wilkinson. In the context of this group, this feels like a very important one, doesn't it?
I love Group C because we get dropped into Group C after having 3 days of marathon darts in Group A, and everything feels shorter format after this. And these games take on very different complexities. So when we're getting towards the end of the first day, we're thinking, well, these are now must-win games, and this one very much is.
And Dylan Slevin, on debut, he's put in some of the best performances. Well, he has put the best performance of today in. When you spoke to him before this session got underway, he was looking around whilst you were interviewing. I actually thought he looked slightly overawed. That's not been the case at all, is it?
Not at all. But I think if we look at the younger generation now, they come into arenas like this and say, well, this is nice. But that fear factor lasts for about half a second. And then they realise that they can compartmentalise the pressure atmosphere on the hockey and then just get to business. And that's exactly what he's done.
Makes you feel quite sick, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, when I was 20, I was terrified of the stage as a county player. And he's playing on TV against some of the best players outside of the Pro Tour. It's great to see, though. Well,
I want to keep my job, so I'm not going to tell you what I was doing at 20 years of age. Let's get into this one then and hand back over to Mace.
And I'm certainly not going to tell you what I was doing at 20 years of age. But I tell you what, this man is doing at 20 years of age, throwing some incredible darts. May have to against Carl Wilkinson. Both players have 2 to play, including this one. Both have won 2 of their 3 played thus far. Our referee, Charlie Colstefine. For those of you that were at the recent Players' Champs finals, you would have seen
First
him
leg,
on
it's
the big
Dylan to throw
stages.
first. Game on. $60. $81.
We do have 5 more to bring you, including this one. Following this, Danny Van Tripe up against Ciaran Teehan.
140.
Then it will be Dylan back in action for his final match of the session against Fallon's final match. Then it will be Ciaran Teehan against Adam Atkinson, and then Carl Wilkinson will be back against Danny Van Tripe in our final match of this group. But don't fret, the action returns
180
at 10 p.m. this evening on Sporty Stuff TV or our MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. For those of you outside of the UK, it can also be watched via the
Dylan, you require
Sporty Stuff
121
TV website, and of course all of the platforms that you may enjoy punt. But please be gambleaware.org.
81.
Gamble responsibly. Make it fun. Nothing fun. Carl Wilkinson in leg 1 though.
60.
Oh, plenty of fun for Dylan.
40.
This is becoming a bit of a regular occurrence, this leaving doubles after 12, isn't it?
Game shot on the first leg. Dylan Slevin.
14 dart hold. A max in the leg. Routine stuff,
Second
dare
leg,
I
it's
say
hard
it,
to throw first.
from the young
Game
Irishman, Paul.
Yeah, I've just walked through the practice room as well. Likes of Sherrock and Tian and Van Tripe just having a sit down and a bit of a rest. I don't think I've ever walked through a practice room so quiet, but very politely quiet. Just having a chat amongst themselves, getting ready for the next game.
Well, it was quite boisterous, wasn't it, Group
A?
We could hear them from here.
Yeah, Raymond Smith, Ben Robb,
Big
Jeroen Mierk.
characters, big personalities.
57.
Yeah, I mean, they call him the big rig for a reason. He was promoting a lot of laughter, as he does, but this is a very polite practice room with a lot of youngsters in there. I think Wilkie is he the oldest?
Yep.
96.
You won't like that. He's only 38.
The elder statesman of the room. The governor.
I was talking to Ciaran Teehan the other day, and he was the most experienced of the group.
Yeah.
And he was the
57.
youngest.
At 23. Yeah, it is quite bizarre.
He's very much a pusher of the dart, isn't he? There's a lovely
99.
extension of that right forearm when it comes out of his hand. Sometimes the body goes with it, though. If you could just take a little bit of the ferocity out of it and let the dart do the work, maybe
140.
it would be a bit easier.
150.
Yeah, there's little to no backswing, is there? It is punched out.
It's a little bit of the Devon Petersons
58.
about it. In
Dylan, you
position, little
required
backswing and a lot of
72.
force going forward.
Yeah, he has little to no backswing. Ooh, 14 and ball. Double 11, bonus.
Game shot on the second leg.
Is there anything this young man
Slevin.
can't do? What a save that was. Packy Bonner-esque. I'll tell you what, he had a little bit of a smile when he hit
Dylan to
that
throw first.
single 8.
Game
It
on.
was very Joker-esque.
I mean, if this is what he can do under pressure, you imagine what he's like just with the lads having a
100.
throw and a bit of fun.
I see a lot of
I should
social
imagine he
media
takes
activity.
all their pocket money.
I see a lot of social media activity these days of young players posting averages. And
96.
I've played like this today. And there's nothing wrong with that. But put yourself in this position at the age of 20. And the fact that he's showing
140.
the world, I can do this. That puts him in a slightly different pool of talent.
Yeah, lockdown was amazing. You had all
77.
these online averages being posted, and then you've seen them at Q School.
Look at this.
140.
Back-to-back 140s, started with a ton, down to just 1-2-1 after 9. No pressure from Carl.
60.
It's so funny that
Dylan, you require
the guy who's looking after
121.
Dylan Slevin at the minute, Matt Ward, a guy that we know very well, texted me this morning saying, this lad can play. Well, you're not wrong, Sherlock.
I like that a
81.
lot. I like that a lot. You know, most kids his age would be looking for the highlight reel.
I think he
60.
comes from the
Dylan,
same
you
sort of
require 40.
camp as a Steve Lennon. Just an old head on young shoulders and
Game shot
so
on the
much
third
ability,
leg.
man.
Dylan Slevin.
104.86 for 3 legs, and Carl Wilkinson is dizzy.
He's
Fourth
gonna have
leg
a
is
dart at a
Carl to
double.
throw first.
He's just
Game
been
on.
blown away in every department by the little whirlwind that is Dylan Slevin.
59.
Almost as if somebody said to him, you've got to go out there and absolutely blitz your opponent. And his answer would be, like a
83.
Terminator, because you told me to.
In a tip accent.
An Irish Terminator. That I want to
60.
see. Not an Austrian one.
Steve Collins was one, wasn't he?
Wasn't he just? Had a chin like granite.
96.
I wonder who Dylan Slevin's sporting hero is. I hope it's not Conor McGregor.
No, I reckon it'll be
137.
most people from Tipperary. They're hurling mad. So I'd say it'd be someone from that community.
100.
Now, what other possibilities are there? I mean, you think about athletics. The great Sonia O'Sullivan. She was a fabulous runner. Steve Collins is a great shout.
60.
Roy Keane.
Jack McKenna,
Oh, yeah.
Tom Kirby.
Jack McKenna.
56.
Opponent of Paul Lim in that famous 9-darter. Still around, any Jack?
$170.
beautiful.
Too
Didn't-
good.
Yeah, didn't want it, but
When you do that, you do get a little bit of a smile on your face as if to say, that's the only 170 I don't want.
140.
pressure on the
Can't
15
require
to
15.
avoid the bagel.
No
Oh,
score.
and that's the peril of the small number.
Dylan, you require 26.
And Slevin's on the cusp of 4-0 in very little time. He could get this game done in about 8 minutes. He's gone for 166.
No score.
I was just going to say that was really intelligent because he had the
require
flight in the way of double
15.
4, and then he over-pitches the shot to hit the double that he wanted previously.
Well, that's the only mar on what's been a fabulous performance so far. And it will only be a hole to throw.
13.
It's not even that. And I don't
Dylan, you
expect
require 26.
him to get another go.
There's a real problem in the table if this goes in. Slevin's leg difference
Game,
is
shots,
jumping
and the match.
to
Dylan
plus
Slevin.
9. And he gets on the same points as Adam Atkinson as well. And the problem for Wilkie is that even though he's on 4 points, losing that game by 4 legs to 0, he's now gone to -3. So he does have issues in the table. As far as Slevin's concerned, he is the premier player with another great display. We're going to see his pal from Ireland, Ciaran Teehan, looking for his first win again, and he might just find it against Danny van Tripe, you think, after the break. Let's see if he does it in a few moments' time.
Well, Dylan Slevin continues to deliver on debut here at the Super Series. He's just got the better of Carl Wilkinson by 4 legs to 0 in that last match. We keep mentioning it, but this is a group littered with talents, heaps of experience, and the 20-year-old Irishman is the one currently looking unfazed by the challenge, an average just shy of 97 in that one. He's the only player to have averaged in excess of a ton today. He's lost just 2 legs in his last 3 matches. 50% checkout success in that last match, 4 out of 8 on the outer ring. Really impressive stuff from the 20-year-old Irishman. Next up then, we've got Danny van Tripe up against Ciaran Teehan in the head-to-head for this week. It is Ciaran who has won 2 of the 3 meetings so far. Danny the winner on Monday before the Irishman won the next 2 encounters. You do feel this is a must-win for Ciaran if he wants to keep alive any realistic chances of making it through to finals night again. Of course, he has won a week here at the Super Series in Portsmouth. A lot to do if he wants to repeat that this week, though he is still searching for his first win in Group C. Can he get it in this one against Danny van Tripe? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Familiar look about this one, and their 4th meeting of the week. They've had 3 different results, and maybe they will complete the pattern here on Thursday. They've had a 4-0, which went the way of Tian yesterday. 4-3 to Tian on Tuesday, which was a big win for him after a bit of a drought when it came to points on Monday and early Tuesday, but 4-1 for Danny van Tripe early on Monday. It seems a long time since that. The only result missing is 4-2.
Maybe 4-2 is going to come here, but don't ask me to
First
who.
leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Danny
Game
has
on.
the honour. He is the 4-6 favourite, 11-10. Ciaran Teehan. That maybe
100.
a bit of a knee-jerk response in reaction to his performances so far today.
And let me ask you a very direct, general question. Have you enjoyed today's session?
96.
I think it's been sensational.
Well, I always love seeing players come back who may have struggled, whether it be
100.
in recent weeks or months in their last appearances here. And in the case of Ciaran Teehan, who produced much better darts yesterday, I
59.
did have big hopes for him today. It's not quite worked out for him so far. This man's certainly shown some signs of improvement
60.
in spells. Players like Carl Wilkinson, who in my opinion needed a breakaway and just regroup, and again the results have necessarily got his way, but that's more down to the performances so far from Dylan Slevin and Fallon Sherrock, in all honesty, and Adam Atkinson certainly been playing his part today.
180.
I've had a steady amount of 180s today, but I think when we look at the stats, obviously depending on what happens in the final 4 games, it's the finishing stats that are going to make the headlines.
Danny requires 61.
There are some mad numbers in there. We've already done a bit of a calculation when it comes to the average for the day for Slevin.
57.
Tian's got
Ciaran, you
a
require
chance to break in leg 1.
114.
He's got multiple routes available to him. Is he going to stay traditional? Oh.
Can't do 99 in 2.
Don't you wish they could?
Michael Van Gruwen can't even do it.
82. Danny, you require 4.
Yeah, we're just waiting for this to go in, and then we'll discuss those numbers you were talking about.
That's a good lie.
Game shot on the first
Perfectly
leg.
used.
Danny van Tripe.
Yes, Dylan Slevin, who will play his final game of the day against Fallon Sherrock next,
Second leg, it's
is
Ciaran to
averaging
throw first. Game on.
94.95 for the day.
Raymond Smith kind of area that.
If Raymond's watching,
45.
he knows he's not the kind of person, he's very humble. He's not going to think that he's going to automatically take the title this week, but if he's going to get it, there are going to be people
140.
putting in big numbers because of what he's done. When people see what they have to do, they just find that extra 1% from somewhere.
Players do. Respond.
43.
At the moment, Tian's just not been able to respond today.
You think Kyle Walker's going to find an extra 1% against Kylian Mbappe on
100.
Saturday? He's going to need it. Danny is someone who started the day brilliantly against Sherrock.
97.
It's one of his best performances of the week. But since then, he's lost 2 matches. And what he could do with to get himself in this melee of points
100.
in the table is beat Ciaran and beat Carl Wilkinson too. And that would give him 6 points for the day. And I guarantee you he would feel very good about that.
60. Danny, you require
As for
161.
Ciaran, all he can get is 4.
Well, you asked the question a little earlier, where would you want to be after day 1 of this group in terms of points? And we both agreed 6 is your mark.
Well, nobody's going to get 10.
92.
So 6 now becomes even stronger. Being only 2 points behind going into the last day of play
100.
tomorrow in Group C.
Danny, you require 69.
That's a very strong position. Double 12. He likes double 12. He likes to leave it anyway. Oh.
Usually off of 56.
61.
That didn't go to plan.
Ciaran, you require 156.
Tian needs to sip from the Adam Atkinson 156 checkout cup. There wasn't anything left.
58. Danny, you require 8.
2 4s.
Game
Might as
shot
well
on the
just
second
win every leg on
leg.
double 2
Danny
because he's done
Tripe.
2 of them. Is 2 the number? It is so far. He just needs to double what he's done already.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw
almost
first.
like Ciaran
Game
is
on.
Not necessarily physically running on empty pool, but emotionally and mentally.
Yeah, maybe. That's a great point. Now, we've seen
60.
quite a few times people win matches by hitting the same double for all 4 legs. I remember Keelan Kay
100.
hitting 5 double tops to win 4-0, and Gavin Carlin's done exactly that in this building.
180.
I don't think he's going to get 5 double 2s, though. Unless he goes double 2 on an 8 checkout, which, let's face it, none of these people are going to do.
140.
Well, credit where it's due. Ciaran is trying to battle here. But when it's not going your way, guess
131.
what happens? Your opponent finds their best visits in terms of in the scoring phase.
Seems to have got his act together here, Danny. Mid-90s average.
100.
Couple
Danny
of maxes.
require 130.
Decent doubling. He is not letting Ciaran get any shots at a double.
105.
Obviously a tactic. He wants to lead
Ciaran, you
double 2.
require 161.
Treble 7, double 2.
Yep.
Maybe?
17 splits the 4, hits the double 2. But he's going to go for the 9.
93. Danny, you require 25.
What he should do is go for the single 1.
$17. Ciaran, you
on.
require
Told you
68.
should have got 17. This one's on. And there is pressure on this. He feels it.
You sense the importance.
Oh, look, it's double 2 again.
66. Danny, you require 8. Game
Oh,
shot
he
in
spoils
third
the
leg.
pattern, but he doesn't
Danny
spoil his
Tripe.
game.
3-0, couple of 180s, 2
Fourth leg,
17
it's Ciaran to
darters,
throw first.
a
Game
16
on.
darter there, an average of over 90.
Nice 50 dart, 3 legs there. That's nice.
Well, that used to be the target, the old Super League, didn't it?
180.
Yeah, that's the 30 average, isn't it?
Yep. 30.06. I've had that a few times when it used to be
180.
best of 5. And another example of exactly what we were just speaking of, when it's just not going your way.
Yeah, you get your first max and then your opponent just
140.
backs it up.
Although he's backed up that max with a handy second prize.
85.
Sometimes when you're in this format, you need a performance that proves to you that you can still put in those numbers.
57.
Danny's biggest average coming into today was 91.75.
I think that was a defeat, though, wasn't it?
It does ring a bell. I think it was a defeat. And so far today, he's not been gracing those kind of numbers. Even when he beat Fallon Sherrock, it was only 89.73.
Ciaran, you require 124. 99.
Just misses the ball.
Danny, you require 155.
This will be some way to finish the match off. Comebacks have to start somewhere. We're better than a 25 checkout, which has had its own little headlines with Raymond Smith this
95.
They
Ciaran, you require
setbacks
25.
pave the way for getbacks. Make sure the 9. Can he make sure the double 4?
17.
Boy, you could hear how close that was.
Danny, you
Every
require
single dart.
60.
Even the microscopic miss on double 4, everything was high. Is this?
Do well to hit this from here.
20.
He's had such a checkered time of it
Ciaran,
on
you
tops this week.
require 8.
Tell you what, if Ciaran Teehan hits this double 4 or double 2 or double 1, we'll have a little look at Danny Van Trijp's double top shooting.
4.
It may not matter because
Danny,
Van
you
Trijp comes
require
back for
40.
tops to make Tian's leg difference even worse and to make his better.
Game, shot.
He has been
and
around the
match.
houses plenty
Danny
of times
Van
this week.
Trijp.
Their head-to-head record is now 2-2 for the week, and they will have a decider on Friday. But that gets Danny Van Trijp a little bit more up the table. He will be on +4 and 4 points. And there are now 4 players on 4 points. The only person yet to register a win is Ciaran Teehan as we go into the final round of matches, which follows this break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Danny van Tripe has just got the better of Ciaran Teehan by 4-0 in that last match. It's turning into a bit of a slog, isn't it, for Tian in Group C. Danny van Tripe there with his second win in Group C. It was steady early on without being spectacular, but the Dutchman just doing enough to establish a healthy lead. Ciaran Teehan looked a little dejected and disheartened early on. He did try to battle back, but the Irishman had left himself too much to do in the end, missing all 8 of his attempts at the outer ring. As you can see, 11 darts missed at double from van Tripe in that one as well, but it didn't matter because Tian wasn't able to punish in that one. Next up then, as we enter our final round of games on this opening day of action in Group C, it is Slevin up against Fallon Sherrock, the 2 standout performers on this opening day of action in Group C. Of course, Fallon Sherrock really raising her game after a disappointing opening match of this session. 2 wins so far for her, taking out this 80 to get the better of Ciaran Teehan a little earlier on. Slevin, of course, could end the day on 8 points if he's to get the win in this one. He's enjoyed a really superb debut day, hasn't he, here at the Super Series. Can that continue in this one? Can he round the day off with 4 wins from 5? Let's hand back over to Nico and Mace to find out.
One more round of matches for you then, and today has motored along at a very nice pace, as this game will, I'm sure, as Fallon Sherrock will now try to put right what went wrong against Atkinson. And this is where you find out what you can post in the table. Slevin, on debut today, will now take on the Queen of the Palace to set the pace at 8 points. Now, if he wins this match, he will top the table going into tomorrow because of his superior leg difference.
Game on.
Not sure how much these two will know about each other. They'll know a little bit more after this match, that's for sure. Well, I did say I'd keep you up to speed with anything interesting happening in the World Masters. Well, they've changed things around in it now, and it's quite a confusing round robin.
100.
Not sure how many round robins is played before it gets to the actual tournament itself, but standout performances by another young lady making huge strides in the game. Bo Greaves, yet to drop a leg today, played 3 matches. He averaged 98.56 winning 4-0, 89.73 winning 4-0, and 84.68 winning 4-0. Tidy.
40.
Yeah, we've had a few 4-0s today. We counted them up at the end of the last game, didn't we?
58.
Wondered why you weren't hungry. Because you've had 5 bagels.
Could you eat 5 bagels?
The way I'm feeling at the minute, I feel like I could eat 55.
92.
What would you put in your bagel? Cream cheese, bit of salmon, bit of dill. Or was that a bit fancy?
100.
Belly of pork.
Dylan, you require 150.
Some pate and a glass of wine. If I don't get pate and wine for Christmas off somebody, I'm just going to be so disappointed.
You've been warned.
It's already been ordered. It's coming via Sainsbury's. Thanks. There is other great supermarkets out there, I'm sure.
Oh, this is a great shot. Oh, leaves double 2. Somebody got the memo.
You require 57.
Somebody's looking to shred the memo.
Game shot on the first leg. Dylan Slevin.
Again, there's not even a flicker.
Averaging close to 95 for the day.
Leg,
not in that leg, admittedly, but the ability to put himself in a position to win that leg, even if Sherrock hit that maximum.
57.
Now, I'm not going to judge him until the end of tomorrow, but so far, I love what I see.
83.
I judged him on the first leg he played today.
Oh, fair enough.
Listen, any player that walks in here and on debut in their opening leg, 3 scores in the scoring phase of 140, 180, 140, I'm thinking, hello. 12 darter in his opening leg.
One thing I will say is that from an ability perspective, I'm very impressed. But as things go on,
140.
What I want to be continually impressed with is the attitude and the ability to be professional
100.
under different circumstances.
Yeah, I want to see how he deals with disappointment. I want to see how he reacts when everything starts to go wrong, if it does.
140.
What do you make of the timing of the throw so far in this match for Sherrock? Because it seems to be back.
Yes, just a little bit quicker. That's one good thing with Fallon. She will make
140.
adjustments
Fallon,
on the
require
fly.
45.
2/16s.
Game
There was
shot
pressure
the
on that
second
shot as
leg.
well. That
Fallon
15 darter
Sherrock.
was required with Dylan sitting on 78. This is an excellent game so far.
Well, they both
Third leg,
complemented
it's
each
Dylan
other,
to throw
haven't they?
first. Game on.
Dylan had to take out that 57 after Fallon hit the 180 to leave 4, wasn't it? And he just had a 140
140.
to leave 78.
And what we're looking at are two people here who embody what darts has become. Go back
26.
25 years, and I didn't play against any ladies in my leagues, and there was segregation within the sport.
100.
Oh, yeah.
Now we've got Dylan over in Ireland. I'm sure he's playing against many a young lady. Fallon's been playing against men for years, and in fact she practices with a man when they're together at home, because Cameron's not bad.
He's all right.
He's only involved in the World Championship as well.
Yeah, he's got every chance, I can tell you.
140.
There ain't too many players with a better A game than Cameron. Well, recently beat Michael van Gerwen, of course, didn't he?
83. Dylan,
Not a
you
bad
require
practice partner.
121.
But so far, Dylan is bossing leg 3. I think the 48's calling here because the 60's got something in its road. Or is he really going to go back up top?
57.
Very nearly. Found the red bit. Ooh. Can't you see the 60?
59.
That was
Dylan,
a
you
difficult
require
shot, that one. He
64.
needed one of those Raymond Smith floaters. Double 16.
32.
Not this time. Has time on his side, though.
Been
60.
impressed with
Dylan, you
Fallon
require
in
32.
Parts today.
Game
Produced
shot on
some
the third leg.
really
Dylan
good stuff,
Slevin.
but everything in the moment is just going with throw and reasonably comfortably. But it'd be
Fourth
interesting
leg,
to
it's Fallon
see
to throw first. Game on.
how she goes tomorrow after a full day back playing, which I'm sure it's been quite a while since she's had
95.
this opportunity.
It's a difficult group to come through, Group C, no matter who you're playing against. You've got to be in the top third. But when you consider the strength
140.
that we've seen today and this cluster that we've got in the table of people on 6 and 4 points, it makes it even more unpredictable for tomorrow.
42.
Do we say that this is a must-win game if she wants to win the group?
Yeah, in terms of winning the
99.
group, I would say so. Because if she doesn't win it, she's going to be 4 points behind Dylan Slevin, and
100.
he's the standout player of the group. He looks like he could do this all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday. I don't think there's any holding him back, and with youth on his side
132.
as well, he's not going to feel fatigued mentally or physically.
Yeah, it seems a bit odd to say that with an opponent against Fallon because
60.
we still
Dylan,
see
you
her as a
require
young player, don't we?
130.
Yeah, I can remember watching her play when she was 16, 17.
She could do with another maximum here. She's hit the only one of the game, and that is a
25.
result.
Yeah, the 2 treble ones there has given Fallon a bit of hope. Just lent into that one slightly. Oh, what's an
140.
adjustment?
Dylan, you require 105.
This is big. Becoming very popular, this route.
85.
And that was not far
Fallon, you
off.
require 64.
This is the biggest double she's gone for all day.
32.
And that was not far off either.
Dylan, you require 20.
But Dylan has put mountains of pressure on her during this game so far.
10.
And that's a rare mistake.
32.
Certainly is, with 3 in hand. To go back a bit to find him missing with 3 in hand. She likes this side of the board.
24.
Oh, you could hear it.
Dylan, you require 10.
Yeah, didn't like the result. Maybe that was one of the darts that she pushes right. And Slevin, is he splitting? He is.
Game shot on the
Slevin is
foreplay.
leading by 3
Dylan
legs to
Slevin.
1. The average comes down towards 88. But this has been a decent tussle. And now Sherrock is in a very
Fifth leg
similar
is Dylan to
position that
throw
she was in
first.
against Adam
Game
Atkinson
on.
in game 10.
$94.
I'd love to see the old Priestley switch.
Underrated, underused.
100.
I like it when somebody comes up to me and says, oh, nobody switches like Rob Cross to the 18s. And then I go into full granddad mode.
85.
Come here and sit down and listen to this little tale of 1991.
Let me educate you.
There was a man from Mexborough
100.
with the most resplendent moustache.
Known as the Menace.
56.
You think he's still got that blue and white shirt that he won the world title in 91?
Oh, well, I'm not sure whether you got to see him at Blackpool. But when
97.
I was off comms duty and you were in, I actually spent a good half an hour with him upstairs, and he looks fabulous. He's in fine fettle, still got that sense of humour.
137.
And he's in great form.
So is Dylan.
Yeah.
And he's got a look at that shot that you talked about yesterday. That 129 that Bristow hit with a double-double.
100.
Yeah, they never
Dylan, you
used to do
require
that back in the day.
129.
It's a new thing.
Well, we called him Mr. Old School. He's not going to get a shot at the bull, so Sherrock can survive if she can find 104. But so far, it's only 1 hit from 6
49.
on the outer ring.
Fallon, you require 104.
That's a bad shot, but
yeah, it's just come out of the hand.
it could have got much worse than that. It's still 91.
44. Dylan, you require 80.
Got to be careful here. Got to go to other sides of the hockey to give himself a clear shot at tops for the match.
Strictly come darting,
60.
that was.
Fallon, you
Left,
require
right,
60.
cha-cha-cha.
Slide to the right. Stay where you are.
I wonder if she's just not been playing
40.
for this sort of distance
Dylan,
in
you
that board
require
time, and she's
20.
just suffering with a bit of soreness in the arm, maybe
Yeah,
fatigue.
maybe. There's been quite a few big misses over the last few darts.
Game,
And that is a win for
shots, and the
Slevin,
match.
which means
Dylan
that he's going
Slevin.
to top the group going into Friday. What a debut from the Slevinator. What a nickname. What a day. What a player. We're going to watch out for him tomorrow. He goes into Friday with 8 points and a leg difference of plus 12. Debut days do not get much better than that. As far as Tian and Atkinson are concerned, they're playing their 4th consecutive day, and Ciaran Teehan could do with a win. If he doesn't get it, he's pretty much out of the running in Group C.
Well, that was an intriguing encounter, wasn't it, between the two standout performers in Group C so far today. It wasn't really the two players at their best. Dylan Slevin doing enough to come through that one. As I said, neither of them at their best, though both have produced better so far today. Dylan Slevin ending the day with 4 wins from 5. The way he's adapted and settled into the surroundings and the challenge itself has been remarkable. And maybe we have just unearthed another gem here at the Super Series. 4 out of 12 from him on the outer ring in that one. Just 1 out of 8 on the doubles for Fallon Sherrock in that one, as you could see at times in that match. The Queen of the Palace noticeably frustrated in that match. We can take a look then at the league standings with 2 more matches remaining for you in this opening session in Group C, and it is Dylan Slevin who will end the day top of the league standings regardless of what happens in our next match between Ciaran Teehan and Adam Atkinson, and that is because of his far superior leg difference, plus 12 in that column from Slevin, and it really has been a delightful debut day for Dylan in the Super Series. So then our penultimate match of this session does see Ciaran Teehan take on Adam Atkinson, the head-to-head for this week so far. Of course, both players in Group A action earlier in the week, and it is 2-1 in Atkinson's favour. He came out on top on Monday and Tuesday. He's also only lost 1 match so far today. As for Ciaran Teehan, it's been a complete contrast, hasn't it? He's endured a really tough day here at the Super Series, lost all 4 of his matches so far. Can he end his day with a positive result? It's going to take a lot of mental strength. He's going to need to dig deep. Can he do just that to get his first win in Group C? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thanks, Abby. It's going to be very tough for Ciaran to get his first win of the day because Adam Atkinson's on a bit of a good streak at the minute. He's winning more matches than he loses. He's definitely turned the corner. He's not doing so by putting in fantastic displays, but he's working very hard and winning very key battles. He could finish on 8 points like Dylan Slevin at the end of day 1 of Group C, but he's not going to catch him in the leg difference by quite some distance, because Atkinson currently stands at even. Slevin has finished on plus 12.
First leg, it's Ciaran to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, outstanding effort from the young Irishman. Another young Irishman in action here. And he is absolutely desperate to get a win.
41.
A defeat here. And that's, well, that's that.
Desperate is not a good quality to have going into any game, really. But when you've only got 1 game left, that's
99.
the worst quality, almost. I genuinely thought today
100.
that he was going to have a good day.
Same. Yep, the same. Especially how he played yesterday. Averaged just over 88 for the day. Looked a lot more comfortable. And the previous has told us that can sometimes be 59. The case with Ciaran, where he's had a bad Group A and then bounces back and goes on to win the week. Right now, it would be an absolute miracle.
81.
How would you categorise the day in relation to what happened in game 1? Do you think that has had an effect on his day because he was 2-0 up against Carl Wilkinson? He found himself in a flash 3-2 down and he lost the game 4-3. If he'd have been able to convert that, do you think we'd have had a different day?
Yeah, well, it was the nature of the defeat, because after a couple of legs, where he was 2-0 down.
39.
And then went 17-13, a 1-7-1 and a 16. And we're all beginning to think, well, this is more like it.
How do you rate his chances of making the top 2 if he has 2 points?
90. Ciaran, you require 140.
He's massive, isn't he? He's like the odds on making the top 2. If it was in a fairly soft group, then maybe, but
Adam, you require
where does the 10 points come from tomorrow?
Exactly. The only bit of recompense I can really think of for Ciaran Teehan, if, and it's a big if,
100.
If he
Ciaran,
gets
you require
these
40.
2 points. Marino Blom was here 2 points after Thursday and he won the group. That's the only bit of good news I've got
20.
But the group dynamic is very
70.
different.
Yeah, that's the thing. And that's exactly what I was just about to touch on.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
first
dart
leg.
from Adam.
Atkinson.
He's finding the stuff that Ciaran is not. And that is just more in the
Second
way
leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Of misery.
of misery. Perfectly put for the man who stands above everybody in height, but not in the table.
Adam didn't quite get the results over
97.
the opening 3 days, but those kind of combination shots were the ones that were letting him down. And ultimately, because of the level of play in that group, he was getting
85.
continually punished. So far today, Atkinson defeated, well, the only player to defeat Dylan Slevin, 4-3 with a
58.
near 90 average. Then had a real off game against Wilkinson, losing 4-0. Did average 85 and missed 5 darts at a double.
96.
Then had a 4-3 win over Danny van Tripe. And then a 4-2 win over Fallon Sherrock, where he averaged over 90.
Been thinking about this all week, actually. I know it's
96.
kind of irrelevant. But do you think that Adam Atkinson looks a bit like Rag and Bone Man? Albeit a slightly smaller
Smaller, I was gonna
version.
say.
100.
Is it the mini version? Yeah, actually, yeah, there's definitely a bit about him.
Bit more hair, bit less beard.
I wonder if he can sing.
I could always come to karaoke on Sunday.
43.
Oh, 180 leaves tops. And that dart's just kicked right, which is, I was seeing a bit of a reaction.
140.
Very nearly placed it into the open bed.
I was going to ask Ciaran if he could sing, but I suppose what he'd ask for on karaoke right now is I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
139. Ciaran, you require 80.
Good pressure, though. He's going to get 1 dart at tops.
40. Adam, you
And
require
you just
68.
know the way that Ciaran's rolling that Atkinson is going to hit this.
Game
There you
shot on
go.
the second leg.
That's what happens
Adam
when you're down.
Atkinson.
You get opponents who stamp on your throat.
Yep, and that's how it works with this game.
Third leg, it's
You can
Ciaran to
almo-
throw first.
It's
Game
almost
on.
like the script has already been written sometimes when you play. You wire things, you have fallout,
100.
you go next door, you clip wires.
It's like playing foosball, and every time you get the ball, it's like it has 8 different sides and it doesn't go straight. And then when your opponent gets it, it just rolls true
60.
like a putt on an Augusta green. Can you imagine the size of the shafts that he'd need for golf clubs?
58.
He'd have to get everything extended. He'd get a sore back playing golf, wouldn't he?
They'd be about 5 foot long, wouldn't they?
I bet he'd hit it a country mile.
Was it Augusta where that was in the incredible chip from Tiger?
96.
Tiger Woods, yeah,
Yeah.
16th hole. One of the
Was that-
best pieces of advertisement
Yeah,
for a very famous sports brand that's ever happened.
Yeah, the one with the tick, and it
Yeah.
just
84.
hangs over the hole, and you can hear the crowd, and it drops. I mean, you couldn't, if you were going to make a commercial, you'd make it like that.
I think they have.
But you know what I mean? If you were going to make one from
140.
scratch,
Maybe that's what it was. It was just an alternate reality.
yeah, it wasn't real. Have to ask Joe Rogan that question.
44.
The Pooley's having a very good day, and he's definitely going to be in with a chance of winning this group, or indeed qualifying for Saturday night again.
Yeah, he's right in the mix.
135.
Absolutely right in the mix.
He's definitely gone up a level today. Not a massive level, but I've been looking at his average,
96.
3 or 4
Adam, you require
throws
70.
in every game. And I'm seeing a 9 at the start of his average more than at any point this week.
Tops for 3 out of 3.
30.
That would have
Ciaran,
been
you
a
require
second 70 check out of the
119.
match.
Oh.
Beautiful.
79.
How close was that?
Adam, you require
Again.
40.
Tops for 3 zip. The double break.
Game shot on the
And then
third
it
leg.
flies and he's
Adam Atkinson.
a 16. He's coming down in increments of 1, 18, 17 and 16. They should wrap this one
Fourth
up
leg, it's
with a
Adam to throw
15. And of course,
first. Game on.
if you fancy joining Adam Atkinson here at the Super Series, Adam, of course, is here via the Amateur Dart Circuit, the ADC.
180.
you can also qualify. dartsatlas.com. All the information on there of all the regional events. A friend of ours is leading the
98.
Midlands one at the moment, Steve Hine.
Do you know the Muffin Man? Yes, we do.
He's early stages, of course, over there, but he's on 16 points. Well, 16 points clear of the field. And
99.
if at the end of that series of events he's still top, he will get his place here and a chance to compete not only for the £5,000 winner's prize
125.
per week, but the £20,000 for Champions Week. And it is literally open to everybody. Male, female, those in between.
58.
I think it's £5 to register or something.
Yeah, it's very achievable. It's a bit like going to a satellite tournament for the
58.
World
Yeah.
Series of
Adam, you
Poker, isn't it?
require
You can go to a local
164.
satellite tournament for about $100 in Australia. And if you win that table, and the next table, and the next table, and the next table, you could actually go to Vegas and play in the World Series.
For 10 million bucks or something, whatever it is now. It's probably more.
92.
The chip stacks they have in the final table, it just makes it look ridiculous.
I used to love my poker, and I used to love watching
100.
Phil Hellmuth.
Adam, you
The poker
require
brat.
Yeah,
72.
he tweeted me once.
Yeah,
Yeah, I quoted him.
I remember that.
Yeah, because apparently somebody got word to him that I quoted his, because he can dodge bullets, baby. Can Tian dodge bullets?
32.
Has he just miscounted?
Ciaran, you require
Yep.
120.
You silly Billy.
Yeah, she has he's released a couple of incredible books. Phil Hellmuth.
Oh,
Can he release this into tops?
100.
maybe an
Adam, you
over-adjustment
require
from
40.
the previous shot, but this time, Adam, it's tops. Not double 16. You've just harmed your doubles percentage. It wouldn't harm your place in the table if you find this, though. You couldn't ask for 2 better guides.
20.
Oh, and the clatter on the barrels there.
Yeah, cool. Everything.
Ciaran, you
Flight,
require
barrel.
20.
I think he's been given a mental jab there by that miscount.
Probably more embarrassment than anything.
Yeah, I think
Game
some of his
shot on the
friends are going to
fourth
let
leg.
him
Ciaran
stew
Teehan.
on that one, but he has to stew on this game for at least one more leg as Tian finally gets himself off the mark. Now, I was going to make a
Fifth leg,
point
it's Ciaran to throw first.
as
Game
Adam was
on.
going for those match darts, of which he missed 4. But if Adam was to win this by 4 legs to 1, it would plummet Ciaran
96.
Teehan's leg difference to -14.
That's a 26-leg swing, isn't it?
Oh, that's nothing compared to Group A.
No. What's that? Was it 60?
Over 60.
Yeah.
But you have to say,
44.
considering where everybody else is, that there is no way back with no points and that kind of leg difference. It's just
No.
not going to happen.
140.
Like you're saying, not only does where the 5 wins come from, but they'd have to be 4-0s for 3 of them and 4-1s for the other 2.
Every single result would have to go his way. All 15 of them,
134.
leg for leg. It would have to be fingerprint perfect.
95.
He's doing all right here in leg 5. Left himself a 170.
Yeah, after just 3 visits.
He's got the second biggest finish of the week, 167.
Yep.
180.
Just when he
Ciaran, you
thought
require 170.
Shaking Adam Atkinson off. He goes and hits a max. And we have seen a match won on a 1-4-3 check out this week by your own Miak.
Adam, you require 143.
Consequently, that was after match darts were missed. Sensational setup.
Ciaran, you
Puts a
require
whole different look on this
65.
65 now. You can hit the ball. Oh no, I'm amazed. Maybe the tide's
Game
turning,
shot on
Nico.
the 5th leg. Ciaran
I,
Teehan.
like you, thought the bullseye was going to be hit there.
Yep.
But if he gets out of this with 2 points,
6th leg, it's Adam
we're
to
going to
throw
see
first.
something like the
Game on.
celebration he had in the middle of Tuesday when he got his first win for the week. It is a case of deja vu, but he will not want to have 2 pointless days
66.
in the same week.
No. Again, it's the emotional damage.
136.
It's almost as if you just want to put your head in your pillow and, you know, when you curl them up on both sides and just block the world out.
We've all been there.
Leave me alone. Just for 12 hours.
57.
Might actually be good for him. Or will it be... We said there were bragging rights on today between Slevin and
96.
Tian. Tell you what, if they do get along well, there may be a bit of banter about this today.
I don't think Dylan will mention it for the first hour or so.
Best not, Dylan. Take it from your Uncle Nico.
134.
If it was Andy Jenkins on the other matter, this would be like that song by Joe Pasquale. I know a song that will get on your nerves. Just sing it all day.
102.
Good thinking. And he leaves that 167.
He knows all about it. And it will be all that other break back he needs.
134. Ciaran, you
I've
require
been really impressed
167.
with Adam today. He's shown certainly a different side to his game that we may not have seen over the opening 3 days.
Well, he's maintained
94.
this 91 average
Adam, you require
for about the last
110.
4 legs. It hasn't really fluctuated.
And he's been in and around that number for the majority of the day. Did have an 85, of course.
70.
How did we categorise
Ciaran,
that
you
earlier in the
require
week?
73.
Too safe.
Yep.
Almost
that's when he
hoping that it would drop.
Hoped for the pull.
Now it's got to be 20 bull. Just gets the 20,
48.
but doesn't get the bull.
Adam, you require 40.
This would be effectively to put Tian on the shelf. A very big elf. Double 10.
30.
How many dots is that now? I make that 8.
Ciaran, you
It is,
require
'cause he was
25.
3 out of 4. And he's
One of them was
now-
at the wrong double.
Yeah, he's now... Yeah, yeah, does that count?
It does. It was just missed by about 1.5 feet.
Game
And
shot
the man
on the
who's
6th
about
leg.
1.5 feet
Ciaran
taller than his
Teehan.
opponent has now got himself to 3-3.
He was 3-0 down.
7th and final leg. It's
Facing
Ciaran to
match
throw
darts.
first. Game
And
on.
he's now on legs 4, 5 and 6 in 17, 14 and 18.
150.
In there, it's been 8 match darts for this man.
At the end of the last leg, this game had taken nearly 17 minutes. We've had a game that took 10 minutes less than that this week.
58.
And the record is 10 minutes longer than this one.
And it was set by Tian. And that's me not saying anything about Adam, by the way. It's just a case of this game having many different levels.
6 minutes 54, wasn't it?
42.
Yes. Just 1 minute and 6 seconds behind the record. Final match of games today will be Carl Wilkinson against Danny van Tripe. And then you'll have to wait about, well, just short of 8 hours for the next session, which will be live at 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, we start the fascinating Group B, and that was a very quick max. He didn't hang about there. Yeah, Group B tonight promises to be a real cracker. Chaz Barstow, Ben Robb, Peter Jakes, Jerome Mioch,
55.
Prakash Jiwa, the 5 in action this evening. 10 matches to bring you.
What kind of damage is this going to do to Adam Atkinson to finish the day? Fancied it.
139.
Don't blame him. He wants something to give him a boost in confidence.
Here's me saying that Adam could make 8 points alongside Dylan Slevin. He may have to settle
56.
for 6 with Tian staying in the mix by his fingertips. And he's got himself a win.
And the match.
And he's done it the hardest possible way. He's dodged a mountain of match darts from Adam Atkinson. And he's done it from 3-0 down as well. And all because he went for the wrong double when he was on a 3-0 scoreline. I think that has fried him mentally. But he's got about 18 hours to get over it before he comes back tomorrow. Still a very good day for Adam with 6 points. Tian settles for 2. And we'll settle for one more match, which will be Wilkinson against Van Tripe after this.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we have just witnessed a superb comeback from Ciaran Teehan to get the win over Adam Atkinson. A 4-3 victory for him in that one. Things looked incredibly bleak for Ciaran Teehan in that match. 3-0 down, facing match darts and on the verge of a 5th successive defeat in Group C. But as Atkinson miscounted, he seemingly lost a little bit of composure, and Ciaran Teehan did something he's not been able to all day, punishing Atkinson and forcing a decider before then going on to win that match. 4 out of 13 on the outer ring for him in that one, something he'll certainly need to improve going into day 2. And as the lads in commentary mentioned, his chances of qualifying are still incredibly slim, but at least he gives himself a glimmer of hope with those 2 points. Our last match then of the opening session of the day, it sees Carl Wilkinson take on Danny van Trijp. Both players players on 4 points at the moment in the table. Coming into this last match of the session, Carl Wilkinson started the day very strongly indeed, winning his first 2 matches, but in his last 2 games, he's had just 4 darts at double and missed all 4 of them. Something he'll certainly want to rectify coming into this final match. As for Danny, he's not been overly consistent so far today, has he? He has produced some very good darts in that match, of course, against Ciaran Teehan, but he will want to be more consistent going into tomorrow's session. Who then will end the day on 6 points? Let's find out and hand back over to the lads in comms.
Final game of the session then. Not final game of the day, you'll be glad to hear. We will be back in 8 hours and 6 minutes. But before that, we've got a battle of the,
to be precise.
Battle of the big lads. We called him the Godfather earlier of Group C. Against one of the deputies, maybe, in DVT, who finished the day on 6 points and a very healthy leg difference. So when you think about what Danny's been through today, started well, everything started to crumble, but he's recovered. He could actually have a very bright Friday if this goes to plan.
Yeah, and what's impressed me is he was on that horrendous run of defeats.
60.
So to respond the way he has today, and the day started with a tough opening match against Fallon, which
100.
he dealt with perfectly, 4-0.
That's maybe the most focused I've seen him all week, and the most accomplished display without being
60.
Unfair to him. He has got bigger levels than that game, but a borderline 90 average with a max in there, a ton plus, check out some great doubling.
132.
Exactly what he's looking for. Those kind of displays to inflate that confidence just one game at a time.
100. Carl, you require
Typical
170.
of these really quick players, isn't he? It's very much all or nothing, but he's absolutely on it.
43.
As we've seen, he can produce.
How would you categorise Wilkie's day? Because he started off with a 4-3 win against Tian.
59. Carl, you
Then a
require
4-0 win against Atkinson,
127.
but he's lost 2 on the trot since then.
Yeah, I think that defeat to Fallon 4-0 just
57.
set him off his stride, because that was then followed up by those back-to-back matches. Fallon, who at the time was the second best player
100.
of the group
Carl,
at
you
that
require
time,
70.
and then he walked into the best player of the group in Dylan Slevin.
So he's got to impose himself in this one. And he's doing very, very well at the start. That was a nice deflection, wasn't it? I wasn't sure whether that was a good guide for him or not, but it proved out to be.
Yeah, it was more of a ricochet than a
Second leg, it's Danny to throw first.
deflection.
Game on.
If your name was O'Shea and you were from Ireland, would you call your son Rick?
It's got to be.
60.
It's got to be one.
I think it's the name of a wrestler, you know, Ricochet.
Why doesn't that surprise me?
Well, if our friend
100.
John O'Shea is watching, good afternoon to you, John. I get the feeling he's watching because he knows Ciaran Teehan, he knows Dylan Slevin, I'm sure.
60.
Yeah, and he also does a lot of work with the youth players, doesn't he? Well, he's from Cork, of course, which is where
60.
Ciaran Teehan is also from.
He's going to make his World Championship debut.
Yep.
Over the Christmas period. I wonder what he's going to wear.
I don't know, but it will be bright.
60.
Not too many players put me in the shade, Peter Wright being one of them, but definitely John O'Shea. Looking forward to seeing John
99.
over the Christmas period at the Palace.
Yeah, I think he's going to introduce a little chaos. You don't get that joke, he's called the Joker.
134.
He's very much about the Dark Knight Joker. He's not one about the Jack Nicholson Joker or the one from the 60s TV show. He's very much the Heath Ledger Dark Knight Joker.
140.
That's one thing Wilkie wasn't able to do when he was on tour. He didn't get himself to Ali Pali. But Danny's on his way there via Portsmouth.
140. Carl, you require 102.
2 challenge tours this year. Well, it worked out the perfect storm for him, didn't it, with Scott Williams
50.
who
Danny
was in the
require
challenge tour,
47.
but got his card and his place in the Worlds because of his performances on Euro Tours and Pro Tours. Well, he won one.
He did. Danny's left himself on double 14 inadvertently. He wasn't looking to leave
33.
it. But that's the beauty
Carl,
of
you
going for the
require
7 on
52.
47. If you do slip to the right, you do have another double to go for. I think he's just making sure he doesn't want to do what Adam Atkinson did. Going for the wrong double.
Definitely 32, pal.
Game
There
shot
it
the
is.
second leg.
Yeah, Scott Williams
Carl
joins a
Wilkinson.
very elite group of players to win a Pro Tour event whilst not being
Third leg, it's Carl to throw
a
first.
tour card holder.
Game on.
Joe Mernon, the other one.
And Christoph Ratajski.
That's it. Ratajski very early on.
I believe that Christoph is the only one who's done it more than once.
97.
I don't think that'll ever happen again.
No.
Not more than once. I think the idea of somebody winning a tournament without a tour card is probably more likely than ever.
Yeah, I agree. I think the levels outside of the 128 are so high now.
96.
And we've been very grateful to have Scott Williams with us this year. He's provided some incredible entertainment, but we're not going to see him for the next couple of years. We might not even see him ever again.
140.
Well, I hope we don't. Yeah, not in a bad way either, in a good way. He's actually remarked how important playing in the then Live League down in Southampton was in his development.
99.
As most of the players who picked up tour cards this year in January. But one thing that will happen, of course, in
57.
January is we'll have a new influx of availability of players.
Yeah, people who don't get a tour card or don't get one back. There are possibilities out there of
58.
people playing.
Danny require 164.
I'm not going to speculate because me doing that usually gets me into trouble.
Well, it's like all the players here that have enjoyed their
132.
experience. We
Carl,
want
you
them to get
require
tour cards,
151.
but they can't all get them.
There's only so many to go around.
59.
Wilkie has done himself a big
Danny
favour by
required 32.
going south there. He was on the cusp of scoring 3 maybe, and nobody wants to see that.
Well, apart from Danny.
Good point. How does he see this? He may have to go all the way over towards the table. He can't see enough of it.
16.
Oh, that was close.
It was.
Carl, you
He
require
was so
92.
far right that even our widest camera angle couldn't pick it up.
This would be some steal. Oh, he fancied it as well. Just wanted to
56.
get one over on Danny and
Danny
say,
requires
if you
16.
miss this, I'm going to take my shot. And he comes back. Again, it's not easy. It's even...
Game
oh,
shot on the third
forget about
leg.
what I was about to say.
Danny Van Tripe.
He made that look very, very simple.
I was going to say, is it even possible again? Because that second dart laid across the
Fourth leg,
bottom
it's
part
Danny
of the
to throw
double.
first. Game on.
Probably only found the area that was available.
Danny Van Magic. Well, like you mentioned, Van means from.
180.
So we assume that his ancestors were from a place called Tripe.
I couldn't find it.
137.
We may have to consult him on that one.
Did they sell meat products? Nobody eats that anymore, do they?
125.
I don't think anybody eats that anymore. I hate to think what that would do to your arteries. Just the thought of it.
140.
Yeah, times have changed when it comes to food, right?
Yeah.
People don't eat tripe anymore.
I hope
For
people
good
don't-
reason.
I hope people don't eat processed food anymore because
100.
well, it's frightening to think that it just won't go off. What's in it?
I had a conversation with you maybe 6 months ago about bread.
93.
literally
Danny, you require 96.
I had one of those days where I thought, I'm having an egg and bacon sandwich, I don't care. So I bought a...
Game shot
get
the
in,
fourth
2-2. I
leg.
bought a
Danny Van
well-known
Tripe.
loaf of bread. This was on a Saturday morning, so I had that lovely after the gym.
Fifth leg, it's
In fact, I
Carl
think I
to
had
throw
2 of them.
first. Game
And
on.
anyway, drove down here, was down here to the following Sunday and thought, oh, damn, I left that loaf of bread at home. When I went back, it was still fresh.
59.
What did you say to me? What are they putting in it?
Yeah, what are they putting in it?
I've got
What?
an even better one for you.
My dad used to go to a local bakery every day where they used to make fresh bread. And
140.
at the end of the day, it wasn't all gone. Then it would either go in the bin to the birds, or my mum would keep it for another day and make bread and butter pudding out of
No,
it.
well, this is the thing. People used to feed the buds with
81.
leftover bread. But the other day, someone who I know bought some rolls that were made via a very, very well-known baker
140.
who graces presence on a certain bakery show. And the expiry date on them was February.
140.
Now-
By the way, don't give birds bread. Give them tripe, though. Good for birds, tripe.
I can imagine the crowd chant now at Ali Pali when he's playing Steve
57.
Beaton. We want Tripe. We want Tripe.
Well, we get the seagulls there, don't we, attacking the chip, so maybe that's quite apt.
60.
Maybe I'm
Danny,
shouting,
you
I want
require
Tripe then.
164.
Make a good T-shirt. Maybe as good as Danny Jansen's T-shirt, which I was actually wearing yesterday. Yes, I've got a mullet T-shirt.
32. Carl, you require 161.
Needed the 60. Didn't need that.
55.
Carl Wilkinson's got his
Danny,
own
you
chant, you
require
know.
132.
He doesn't even know it. All hail Wilkie. Not going to get a shot at the ball is
64. Carl, you require
Danny, but this
106.
106 is to get the lead back. That doesn't help.
Nope, can't do the 105 in 2.
That was a
28.
tight visit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Danny, you require 68.
Double top. He's
48.
had a lot of misfortune on that double top,
Carl, you
especially in
require
combinations.
78.
Well, Danny's just been taking advantage of the poor approach play from Carl. He wants tops. It's got to go.
38.
Wasn't a
Danny,
badly
you
thrown dart
require
at all.
20.
Is 3 on the spin for Danny?
Indeed.
Game
If he has
shot
had a
on the
friend
fifth
this week, it's been
leg.
that double
Danny
10.
Van Tripe.
Which tells you that he's been missing tops quite a lot.
Sixth leg, it's Danny
Well,
to
he's
throw
missed 9
first.
darts at a double in the
Game
match,
on.
and he's still averaging nearly 96. He's had 12 scores of a ton or more in this match, including 6 of 140 or more.
58.
Compare that to Carl's 7 and 3 140s.
60.
How do you rate Danny's friends' chances tonight, your own Mirk, in that stacked group?
Yeah, I think he's got every chance. I've been really impressed. Another
101.
amazing find. I literally knew absolutely nothing about him until I was given his name a few weeks ago, and wow.
100.
Yeah, full
That's someone
kudos
who's-
to the production crew who've got the Super Series shovel, digging up some gold. By the way, the shovel just stands
100.
next to the abacus in the shed, just in case we need it.
And I think that's the beauty of this environment. We can unearth talent, or we
99.
can take it to another level, which is why we've seen so much success from players who were heavily involved initially in the Super Series, who then went on to get cards. The strike
58.
rate was unreal.
Well, let's see how that materializes again in about 6 weeks' time.
I can assure you it will. I like to call it the proving ground.
95.
So what you're saying is this is good for Carl Wilkinson in his quest to get back on tour.
Yeah.
But it may depend on what he does
96.
Yeah, I
over the
think-
next day and a bit.
Carl, you require
Yeah, I think
147.
It's massively important with confidence going forward.
And Tripe can win the match by 4 legs to 2.
60.
And if he does hit
Danny
this,
require
he'll end the day on
88.
6 points.
Yeah, treble 20. Single 18. And he wants the ball. Ooh, just misses it.
63.
He would have thought,
Carl,
when
you
that's come out of his
require
hand,
87.
that was in. Last chance saloon for Carl Wilkinson. 20, and he will have a dart ball. And it is the ball.
62.
And he just
Danny
misses out
required
himself.
25. Nine.
Both
Carl, you
players
required 25.
so keen to end the day on a high. Is our final match of the day going to go all the way? 2 darts in hand. Double E he needs. Double
Game
eight he
shot on the
gets.
6th play. Carl Wilkinson.
Well, match darts for Danny. But it is 7th and deciding
7th
leg.
final leg. It's
And it will
Carl
be
to throw
Carl
first.
who gets the darts.
Game on.
Tomorrow, of course, this will be our opening match of this Group C, and it will be Danny who will get the darts in that one.
140. $100.
Nearly follows the Wilkinson 140 with a 140 of his own. Can he build on this lead? 40 in front, plus these.
100.
Will do.
$180.
180, number 2 for Danny Van Tripe. That puts a different look to the leg.
100.
Well, 140 and a couple of tons. It's a strong enough deciding leg. I'll have to go back up.
97.
Oh, he does.
Carl, you require
161.
161.
Plays 124. Right, what about leaving something
90.
handy and
Danny
correctly goes to the ball to leave 71.
124.
Single 14. Oh, he gets the treble. Double 11.
102.
A long, yeah, wide. That was a long way
Carl,
off.
you require
Treble
71.
13, double 16. To end the day on a high. Single 18. 1 dart at tops.
Game,
And
shot,
1 dart
and the match.
is all
Carl
Carl Wilkinson needs. A good battling performance from the big Yorkshireman. And he picks up the spoils and gets the 2 points in our final match of the session. And he keeps himself well in the mix for when we return tomorrow morning with Group C. But don't forget, we return at 10 o'clock this evening on all of the usual platforms for the start of Group B. Well, I think the boys are ready on the balcony. Let's hand over to them.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mace. Nico, that was a really important win there, wasn't it, for Carl Wilkinson? Started the day incredibly well with those 2 wins, kind of went off the boil slightly, but to end the day there with that victory, really important going into tomorrow. Yeah,
you always want to finish on a positive. He's been up and down today, but I have to pay tribute to both of those guys there. I thought that last leg was fantastic. And unfortunately for Danny, he missed double 11 by, well, a furlong. I think he understood that. But he had 1 shot at the end there just to steal it away. But Wilkie with the great finishing in that game. And I have to say, all of the players today have shown tremendous finishing at some point. I can't wait to look at the overall stats for the day because the finishing has been sensational.
Indeed. Let's have a look then at the Group C table at the halfway point. Ciaran Teehan, of course, getting that win late on. That comeback was absolutely sublime in his final game against Adam Atkinson. Do you give him any hopes at all tomorrow?
Yes, I do. Because, like I mentioned about Moreno Blom in the last Super Series, he was on 2 points going into Friday morning. He turned it around, but the early matches have got to be good. I think if you get to 10 points tomorrow, you've got a really good chance. But 12 and beyond that, that's got to be your target. Fallon Sherrock is going to have a more consistent day and maybe show what she did in the middle of the section. But Slevin is the man for today. He was just so impressive from the off. Really glad he came here and showed us what he could do.
Yeah, an incredible debut day, just 20 years of age, Dylan Slevin. The most important thing for us watching that was we're going to learn a lot about him today. We're going to learn a lot after his opening defeat where he'd got off with a 12-darter, then a 15, gone on to lose that opening match. And we thought we'll learn a lot about him today. And crikey, we did just that.
Yeah, we did. I think we're learning more about Irish darts and where it stands by the week. We've got the likes of Tian, we've got Ciaran Barry, we've got Dylan Slevin, we've got Steve Lennon, Willie O'Connor. I could go on and on and on. The strength and depth of Irish darts right now is unbelievable. I haven't even mentioned the former world master, John O'Shea.
You haven't mentioned my favourite name, Katie Sheldon.
Ah, there you go. I had to get in at some point. But it just goes to show the strength and depth of Irish darts is dipping its toe into the Super Series water, and they're thriving.
Yeah, we really seem to have unearthed another gem here at the Super Series today in Dylan Slevin. Can he replicate that tomorrow? We will find out, of course, from 9:30 tomorrow morning. But tonight we return at 10 p.m. We can have a look at the bracket slide for Group B now. It's another incredible group, isn't it? Those 5 players. Prakash Jiwa, of course, going to Ali Pali for the first time. An incredible story in itself. Really looking forward to seeing him in action. But Ben Robb, talk to me. Ben Robb, Raymond Smith have to be 2 of the best players in the world without a tour card right now.
Oh, unquestionably. And we talk about some of the best players who don't have tour privileges. It's not just localized to Europe or the Great Britain and Irish Islands. It's the Netherlands, it's Scandinavia, it's Australasia, it's Africa. There are so many players around the world, but these 2 are genuinely 2 of the strongest players who are not on tour, and they've proven it this week. Smith doesn't even have to play it today and tomorrow. Ben Robb will be thriving over the next couple of days. I've got no doubt about that.
And Jeroen Mioch, of course, we saw him here watching the action this morning. Do you think that's quite helpful when you've not really had much experience playing on this stage to just come and absorb it all, take it all in? Or do you watch a performance like Slevin and go, wish I hadn't come now?
Well, look at it this way. If he didn't enjoy coming here, he wouldn't have walked through the door this morning. So it says to me that he enjoys being in this atmosphere. He's soaking it all in. Still don't think there's a great deal of pressure on him. I think it'll all be on Prakash, and it'll be on Chaz Barstow and Ben Robb tonight, and even Peter Jakes is a former winner of a week on this stage. So I get the feeling he could go under the radar again, but we're not going to let you, Jeroen.
And Peter Jakes and Chaz Barstow, we certainly know what to expect from those, don't we, here?
Of course we do. We've got so much game experience from those guys, and with 3 people going through, I suppose we have to focus on the fact that 2 can't. In that kind of group, that's going to make for great action.
It certainly is. We will be returning from 10 p.m. this evening. Make sure you come and join us. It's set to be another cracking session of ours.